They carry the painful memories of the brutal murder of a cherished baby boy, the rape of a beloved sister, the parents arrested and never seen again. As the Holocaust recedes in time, some Americans and Europeans are becoming increasingly casual and disrespectful to the mass murder of millions. More dangerous today, the internet disseminates insensitive and hateful remarks with unprecedented ease and influence. Online discussions tend to encourage extreme opinions. They allow people to live in the echo chamber of their own ideologies and peers. Weimar Germany, the period between the First World War and the Nazi rise to power, is an example of the threats that emerge when the political center fails to hold, when social trust is allowed to erode and fissures exploited. Careless Holocaust analogies may demonize, demean, and intimidate their targets. But there's a cause for all of us because they distract from the real issues challenging our society, because they shut down productive, thoughtful discourse at a time when our country needs dialogue more than ever. It is especially dangerous to exploit the memory of the Holocaust as a rhetorical cudgel. We owe the survivors more than that, and we owe ourselves more than that.
Time's up.
Leaders have an obligation to confront this hate speech head on by calling it out and patently condemning it. Failing to do so may implicitly condone similar abhorrent rhetoric and lead to its spread. Ignoring the heinousness of inappropriate Nazi analogies renders the board's statement of respect for all and policy against racism mere hollow words on paper without showing an intention to actually honor your commitment.
Your time.
I'm Charlie Hilary. Thank Peter, and I will thank Jim for replying to my request. No, I also received a reply today from the school committee. I did not receive anything from the DEIC. And furthermore, at a subsequent meeting of the DEIC, which had on its agenda discussion definition of anti-Semitism, I wanted to say a few things. Mr. Martin, the chair of the DEIC, did not allow me to say anything. I think you should resign as chair of the DEIC, Mr. Martin. And the DEIC is unable to find anyone among its members to serve as chair, vice chair, clerk, the DEIC should be disbanded. I don't see it serves any purpose. My experience certainly proves it. I hope you, the select board, do something about it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Martin Benson, 21 Beacon Hunt Drive. First, I would like to echo the comments made by Mr. Cadillac and Mr. Berry. Fred Smith's Facebook comments casting the Save the Colonial group as Nazis and anti-Semites were reprehensible. In addition to Charlie, our group includes a number of Jewish members. My great-grandmother was a Jewish refugee from Hungary. After college, I had the privilege to teach English in both Hungary and the Czech Republic. The scars inflicted by anti-Semitism are still visible in the region today. How shameful of Fred Smith to falsely label those he disagrees with over a mascot as Nazis and anti-Semites. This accusation is hurtful. He should apologize, and our town leaders should have condemned his statement. Secondly, increasingly, some in the community have begun to believe that it's acceptable to falsely label those with whom they disagree. These accusations are often without bias and made in complete disregard for the ramifications of their allegations. The most egregious example of this behavior was in January of 2021, when Mr. Martin and Superintendent Light falsely linked the colonial mascot supporters to the racist comments of a juvenile Zoom bomber from Arizona. When the police report proved there was no link to the community, Mr. Martin offered no apology for his false claim. Third, Mr. Martin, you had no right to deny Mr. Cadillac the opportunity to participate at the last DIC meeting. Our community is blessed to have Mr. Cadillac as a resident and for his contributions to the community for more than 50 years. Given his lived experience, he should have been afforded the opportunity to speak during the DEIC's recent discussion of the definition of anti-Semitism. Lastly, the town's lack of support for last week's Patriots Day celebration was disappointing and inexplicable. A formal holiday in Massachusetts celebrating the start of the American War of Independence from Great Britain, there was no publicity informing residents of the events on Sunday and Monday. There were no PA systems assembled at Isaac Davis House or Town Common for traditional remarks by the Minutemen en route to Concord. Interesting, however, to note, Boston television station WCCB covered the Monday morning activities in Acton. At the Concord Bridge, reenactment of the shot heard around the world, there were Minutemen from numerous neighboring towns accompanied by community residents, including members of their select boards. The speakers praised the courage of Acton's Isaac Davis, who gave his life that morning, and the lead role by the Acton Minutemen in taking on the most powerful fighting force in the world. No members of the Acton Select Board were at Concord Bridge last Monday morning. As we approach Patriots Day 2025, the 250th anniversary of the battle at Concord Bridge, the personal agendas of the chair and other members of the Select Board need to be set aside. It's time for us to begin to plan to properly celebrate Acton's role in the founding of our new nation. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any online comments? I don't see any. Okay, now we'll move on to chair update and the town manager update, and then followed by member minutes. I think that people throw around terms like Nazi and genocide too easily. Personally, I don't agree with name calling, and I don't engage in it myself. We should note several things about the current situation. First, it's not up to the DEIC to police Facebook. Second, I don't think the speaker was making any kind of reference to the Holocaust. I suspect the speaker meant fascist. He did not make any reference to being to any anti-Semitic thing at all that I saw. Third, to criticize the name calling of this group seems disingenuous, considering that there was not a similar outrage when people who objected to the mascot being changed sent comments to the school committee containing explicit racist and white supremacist language. Where was the outrage at that time? By way of background for everyone, after a robust input process, the school committee removed the colonial mascot and started a process to come up with a new mascot about a year and a half ago, a little over a year and a half. Since that time, a group of alumni and others have been harassing the school committee at most of their meetings. The school committee's vote was unanimous. There is no chance of reversing it. The only goal of this harassment can be to discredit the school committee. They continue to foster divisiveness in our community and cite others to their cause, making space for more attacks on our school committee. They have displayed a breathtaking lack of sensitivity to any point of view other than their own. We've heard statements accusing the committee of policy violations, OML violations, not properly counting, conflicts of interest, etc. They've even accused our educators of not understanding U.S. history. These accusations have not stuck because they're not correct. The tactics are fundamentally dishonest and dishonorable. One person even used the harassment as a threat, saying that he would stop the harassment if he got his own way. The harassment has included many specious public records requests, each of which cost the school district or the town time and taxpayer money to respond to. Thank you. Town manager update.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to.
I'm not taking any input now, Charlie.
Just wanted to.
Mr. Martin, your comment about my comment just shows that you're totally ignorant of the Holocaust.
I will say that all the members of my family are Jewish, and I'm certainly not ignorant of the Holocaust. Please, Mr. Manager.
Thank you. I just wanted to recognize town staff that were involved in planning the Earth Day celebration that we had last week at Narrow Park. It was a good turnout, some really interesting things happening in the sustainability. Thank you, select board members, also for attending an event with Mass DEP Commissioner, who was here on last week to announce a grant that we received to build a new DC fast charger at the ball fields, Veterans Ball Fields, which is very exciting. Arbor Day, we have Arbor Day is this week, and we have another event at the Public Safety Facility where we'll be planting a new tree. And I think there'll be some staff from the Memorial Library there to do some reading activities and some other interesting things. The last month, we announced that the newspaper is going to stop printing. May 5th, I think, is maybe their last edition. And there was a lot of concern about what we're going to do about it. There's some people that go to the newspaper to look for legal ads. And a lot of the things that we do here, we advertise in the legal section of the newspaper. And so in order to continue operations, we said, all right, we're going to be posting in the Lowell Sun just because that's even though it doesn't get a huge amount of subscribers here, it's the closest paper available to everybody. But in addition to that, we also are starting to build out a robust new platform on our website to provide residents access to legal notices, not just the ones that used to be in the newspaper, but even more legal notices, ones that didn't require newspaper publishing. So I encourage residents to check that out, or anyone to check that out. It's you can see it at the bottom left-hand side of the homepage. There should be a link to legal notices. In addition to reviewing any that happen to be out there right now, you can also subscribe to receive them directly to your email so that you don't have to go find a newspaper. You'll get it right to your email. So that is an example of when things happen. We try to take advantage of the opportunity to make it better for the residents to increase engagement. So although people can't find the paper anymore, I think more people will see these notices than ever did before. Just a note on COVID. Recently, there was a federal court case that changed the mask policy, and the airline industry and the state MBTA changed they went from optional, whereas before it was required. I just wanted folks to know that the town public transportation is following the state's guidance in that regard.
Thank you. Is there a member minute from anyone? Jim?
Sure, two things. Last week I was at an event at Household Goods. It was a beautiful, moving event celebrating the South Acton movers, who for 50 years have been moving people who can afford to pay for it and people that can't afford to pay for it. And recently, they've been working with Household Goods. There are households who find themselves, in new living situations through no choice of their own. They know that there is furniture at Household Goods that can help them get set up, but they don't have transportation. So the South Acton movers and other groups in other towns have taken on the work of working with those clients to help them identify furniture at Household Goods and then move it to their new place. It was a beautiful service. It was very moving to hear about it. And I encourage everyone who can to get involved with either Household Goods or the South Acton Movers, both fine organizations. And I wanted to thank Dean for his comments at that really, sort of set the tone for the town's support for these fine movements. The second piece was, I just wanted to respond to Peter about his statement. So I found the use of that word also really heinous, misplaced, inappropriate. So, I went on Facebook and commented about that. But I'm also clear that it's definitely not the job of the select board to be monitoring and commenting on what happens in Facebook. it's a whole different world out there, very different than the realm that we have here. And the reason there was a very different reaction to the comments at the school committee meeting was precisely because they were at a public meeting, at a school committee meeting, where we, as public officials, do have the responsibility of upholding decorum and respect. So I'm comfortable with the choices that we've made around this area. And for those of you that are active in Facebook, speak up. Nothing wrong with that. Just wanted to say that. Thank you. Gene.
Thank you. This afternoon, Mr. Martin and I had the pleasure of attending the grand opening of the Cooperative Elder Services facility located at 30 Sudbury Road. It's a great facility. They actually have been operating for the last year, but they weren't able to have a real public event because of COVID restrictions for the last period of time. But great facility, certainly a great asset for folks that in town and in surrounding towns that have family members who need additional care or respite care during the day. It's an adult daycare facility. And I just wanted to acknowledge that and let folks know that although they had to cut back on their numbers because of COVID a few years ago, they now have some openings, and there is some opportunities if people are in the situation where they need those services. So it was certainly a great event. Secondly, I think there's probably a time that we could have a much longer conversation about the limits of free speech as opposed to courteous speech. I'm very troubled by the tone that a lot of discourse has taken from both sides of the aisle. But I think it's probably better that we set something up for a longer discussion, maybe after town meeting, and we can have something on the agenda so we can really have a full-fledged discussion of this. I agree with Mr. Snyder Grant about it's really tough for the town to start to police Facebook. But on the other hand, I think there's, on both sides, there's been way too much selective outrage. And I think it's time that we try to come together and get some shared values in this town once again. Thank you.
Did you have anything?
I really didn't want to say anything, but I am in agreement of the policing of Facebook and the free speech component. I know there's been a lot of word slinging on both sides. I don't know how intentional it is. I don't and meaningful. And I think it is also easier to say things on Facebook than it is face to face. I wish that we could find a way to get people to come to town meeting or, be in a group together. Because at one point or another, we're going to have to come together as a community. And there's been a lot of divisiveness, and I rack my brains trying to figure out how to bring people together. And I think, and I apologize, Mr. Cadillac, for not getting back to you. I defer to senior members of the board to respond. I don't know if that's the right thing, but I respect your voice.
Thank you. Okay, we'll get into our first public hearing tonight. And I'll read the notice. The Acton Select Board will hold a public hearing on April 25th, 2022 at 7:15 p.m. to be scheduled from 7:35 p.m. in the Francis Faulkner Hearing Room 204 at the Town Hall, 472 Main Street, Acton, and virtually at actonma.gov/meeting/BOS on the application of Bodie 19 LLC for a use special permit under zoning bylaw section 3.5.15 at 19 Keefe Road, map G4, parcel 90, Application materials and how to participate remotely are available online at Acton Town Hall in http://doc.actonmad.gov/view/collection-14774. Fran, would you like to introduce this?
I'll just give a little overview. We have a proposition of a new business in town, a fencing club studio on Keefe Road, which I think is so exciting. The space is, sorry, I'm a little, it's going to be taking up, which the space was originally 2 businesses. Now it'll encompass the whole building. And they're here for a use of special permit.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Point of order, before that starts, is it true that Imogen is still not here?
No, she is here.
Okay, great. Okay, I'm ready to call roll whenever that's necessary.
Is there a microphone on that table? If so, please.
Yes, there is.
Please turn it on. You just press the button on the front there.
Okay, there we go. Okay, for the record, my name is Bernard Hamill. I'm the engineer and surveyor of record for the project before you this evening. The reason we're before you this evening is for a change of use for the facility that was introduced as 19 Keefe Road. It happens to be down sort of Route 2A towards the Concord Rotary, very close to the town line, if you will, between Concord and Acton. It's currently, or was at one point before my client bought it, a manufacturing warehouse, ceramics, cement products, that sort of thing, and so forth. We are currently in the process of renovating the interior to modify it to make it suitable for a fencing studio. Fencing studios, as you may know, are fairly rare, but they do garner scholarships in case a child wants to go to Harvard or some other Ivy League school where they don't want to play tennis, they don't want to go swimming or whatever. But anyway, we do have, we've secured services of a master fencer who served on the Olympic team for 5 seasons and represented the United States. And he'll be doing the instruction with some assistant instructors for the facility. So we do have some qualified help to make this a reality. As I said, we are in the process of renovating the interior of the building to create 16 fencing lanes, if you will. We expect that there's going to be quite a demand for the services of the facility. We also expect that we'll be holding tournaments once or twice a year so that people can demonstrate their skills and meet other fencers and other techniques and styles. That's pretty much the gist of it. Again, it's a change of use only. We meet all the other zoning requirements for the town, and I'm here to answer any technical questions you may have.
Questions from the board? Are you physically changing the building on the outside at all?
The exterior, no, other than maybe some signage.
Okay, and on the inside, you are making extensive changes.
Yes, we are. We are rearranging the structural of the building so that we can accommodate the lanes properly. For instance, the roof beams are being modified so that we can open the building wide with, instead of multiple columns inside the building, just one inside the lanes. It's a fairly extensive renovation. I think it's, probably costing somewhere around $150,000 currently to make the building usable for the intended purpose.
Oh, okay. And what's your time frame
To complete the building, I'm guessing,
to complete and open the business?
I don't have an exact time frame. We do have at least, I'm going to guess from my experience, between 6 to 8 weeks worth of work still to go into the building. We've just started putting up the interior walls. They finished the structural steel work today or this afternoon. And we still have some of the garage door openings to close up, windows to put in, fire safety features to add to the building. So, there's a lot of little things that are going to be needed prior to an occupancy permit to be issued by the building department.
Thank you. Jim?
I wonder if you could say a little bit about accessibility features and the participation of disabled athletes in fencing.
That I cannot answer fully. I know the building is a slab on grade. We have direct access directly from Keefe's road, and we also have a handicap ramp we're building in the rear of the facility, which would give handicapped access. So I would assume that handicapped athletes would be able to participate. The extent, we do have Mr. Marks, who is our instructor here, if you would like to hear from him. Mr. Marks, would you kindly come up and talk a little bit about the operations? A little outside my field, gentlemen.
I apologize. I came from practice. This is how I'm normally dressed anyway.
That's completely fine. Thank you. Could you just identify yourself and then...
My name is Michael Marks. I'm the owner of Marks Fencing Academy.
Okay, great. And then Mr. Snyder-Grant just had a question on whether not fully abled athletes can participate in fencing.
Whether how and whether athletes with different kinds of disabilities can participate in fencing.
Yes. Well, actually, it's kind of a good time for that. The U.S. Fencing has hired me to do coaching education, and that's one of the areas that we are trying to get into right now. There is obviously Paralympic fencing, with what we call wheelchair fencing, and that is something that U.S. Fencing is now diving into. And I will be heading that up, but right now there isn't anything that other than what's going on at the national level right now.
Thank you.
If there are no more questions from the board, I'll open it up for public comment. Seeing none in the room, if anybody online, I see one person in the room, but in the meantime, if anybody online has a comment, please raise your electronic hand. Please go ahead.
I just wanted to...
Can you just identify yourself?
Oh, yeah. My name is Jamie Loazzo. I own the Gymnastic Academy Boston, just down the road, along with 1 through 13 Keefe Road, all that property there. So I would be their neighbor. So we're obviously a kids facility, kids in sport and fitness. Teamworks is right behind us. I think it would be wonderful to have. I've heard great things from my own clients who go there. I think it would be another great addition to Acton in order to help families, find more sport and fitness activities for their kids. And like I said, I will be their neighbor, and so I think it'd be a great addition for Acton as a whole. So it's a big, public comment. I don't know what that means except for a yay, for them. So I support it. Okay.
Good, great, thank you very much. Seeing no more public comment, I will take a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
I'll second.
So moved by Jim, seconded by Dean. Jim, would you call the roll, please?
Absolutely. On closing the hearing, Fran?
Aye.
Himija?
Hi, hello, sorry, and just a quick note, the reason why I'm virtual is because we have a student government meeting, so I'm listening, but my response time will be a little slow, I'm really sorry, but sorry, that was long-winded.
I'll take that as an aye. Dean?
Aye.
Jim says aye, and David?
Aye.
Okay. Hearing is closed.
Okay, any final comments from board members? And Fran, you were the select person assigned to this, so I assume you didn't see any issues with this.
Well, I'm so excited that they're coming to town.
Great, then I would take a motion to approve the change of use at 19 Keefe Road to be a fencing school?
Studio.
Fencing studio.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
So Jim moves and Dean seconds.
Any final discussion? Seeing none, Jim, would you call the roll, please?
Absolutely. On approving this change of use, Fran,
Aye.
Himija,
Aye.
Dean,
Aye.
Jim says aye, and David?
Aye.
That's unanimous.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I'll read the notice for our next public hearing and last public hearing for the night. Notice is hereby given under Chapter 138, Section 12 of the General Laws that the Select Board will hold a hearing in the Francis Faulkner Hearing Room 204 at Acton Town Hall, 472 Main Street, Acton, and virtually on April 25th, 2022 at 7:25 PM on the application of Santa Fe Burrito Grill LLC for an all-alcoholic beverage license and common vittler license located at 297 Main Street, Acton. The application is on file in the Select Board office and may be viewed during normal working hours. The public may attend virtually at actonmad.gov/meeting/BOS or from a telephone, dial 646-876-9923 and enter the webinar ID 503-918-785. Telephone users may dial *9 to request to speak. Computer and app users may use the raise hand feature to speak.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone.
Hello. Please introduce yourself and then tell us about your business.
Yes, my name is Carlos Echevarria. I'm the Director of Operations of Santa Fe Burrito Grill. And we are so excited just to be in town and to be part of the town with our product. Thank you for having me tonight.
And can you tell us a little bit about your restaurant and, well, just tell us a little bit about your restaurant.
Sure. Santa Fe Burrito Grill is a local family business with 4 locations in Massachusetts. Our concept is like Chipotle or Qdoba, something easy, fast, and fresh. That's the difference of our product. That is going to be something fresh. We don't have any like big factories or any frozen food. Most of our food is cooked every single night. And our concept is to look and to have a place for everybody. Children, youth, family, everybody. And that's what it really is different from all the restaurants. Most of the people in all locations, they love the product, they love the places, the environment that we have. And we are so excited to be part of the plaza in Main Street, as well as be part of the town.
Great, thank you. Questions from members of the board? Jim?
Sure. So cooking all this food, you might be using gas, you might be using electricity. I was wondering about how, the energy source for cooking all this food.
Yes, as you know, most of the kitchen equipment, especially the grill and the ovens, we use gas. Mm-hmm. And everything just to keep the food warm in the steam table, just electricity and water, as you know, for the steam tables. Thanks.
We have a policy of asking people about this, but I do understand the need to, to run this kind of business in an economically reasonable way. But I'll just ask you to consider for the future of the franchise if there's a way of using electricity, an induction stovetop for the heating. This is not going to be a requirement for the hearing tonight. It's just that we've agreed to make sure that people understand that, eventually we need to move away from natural gas because it causes climate change. Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions from other members of the board? I have a few questions. How many seats in the restaurant?
32, but most of our product is going in and out. Basically, just the people that sit inside, honestly, there are no big numbers because it is not a bar, it's just a restaurant like Kedola or Chipotle, you know, you go order in line and sometimes just go out to enjoy the food in their houses or when they are in the way to work.
Yes, I think for alcoholic beverages, they have to stay in the restaurant, isn't that right?
Yes. That's according to the state. As we know, we don't sell alcohol to go. Okay. It's only for the people that's gonna stay in the restaurant.
Okay, and is everything counter service? You know, so people come up to the counter and order?
Most of the for the food, yes, sir. That's the way that we serve the food because you order in line.
Okay.
In the rest.
My last question is, what hours do you intend to keep?
We open.
Sorry, I didn't.
We open. Don't worry. We open 11 to 10. Basically, it's going to be for lunch and dinner.
Great, thank you. Fran, did I hear you have a question?
No, it's just piggybacking off of your questions. So, is there a wait staff seating people, or is it just folks walking in and ordering on their own?
They go and they order.
Yep.
I do have one final question before I open it up to public comment. Do you intend to use any of the patio area out front for outside seating? Or is it going to be all inside?
As you know, that belongs to the plaza. The people probably they are going to use it as
okay
as part of the plaza.
Understood. Okay, I'll open it now for public questions. Can someone silence their phone, please? Please go ahead with your question.
Oh, did Himija have any question?
She didn't say so.
Oh, okay. So where is this? This is in the Trader Joe's, the Average Joe's parking lot? Is that where this is?
Yes.
Okay. So
it's TC Lando's.
Next to TC Lando's where.
Oh, great. Excellent. It'd be the restaurant strip. That'll be great. My question is about disposable utensils and whether you'll have real metal utensils to wash and dishes to wash, or whether you're planning to have it be completely disposable.
I'm sorry, but I couldn't hear you well.
I'll repeat the question.
I hear the echo on the back, and I'm sorry.
Yeah,
what
no
was
problem.
the question?
I'll repeat the question. She's asking whether you have disposable utensils and plates, or whether things get washed and reused.
No, everything is basically is plastic and what we use. You know, people use it there and they put it in the trash.
Okay.
Because there are a lot of food to go, as you know.
Okay.
So I object to adding another restaurant that is completely disposable for plastics. We are trying to get rid of plastics. And the whole point of the plan to have more sewers was to allow people to have real utensils. And so I hope that you make this a condition of this permit. Thank you.
So just so you know, that the speaker said that she objected to having a restaurant with all disposable silverware and things. Other questions and comments? Anybody online have a question or a comment? Okay, I will take a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
So Dean moves and Fran seconds. Jim, would you call the roll, please?
Yes. Yes, on the question of closing the hearing. Fran?
Aye.
Himija?
Aye.
Dean?
Aye.
I also say aye. And you, David?
I say aye as well.
Okay, that's unanimous. Hearing is closed.
Okay, now we can discuss among ourselves. Comments from board members? Fran, go ahead.
Question, and I don't know that you can answer, but how does the alcohol play into our to-go restaurant? I don't
So,
understand.
Mr. Echeverria confirmed that they can't take the alcohol out.
Outside.
So they can take food to go, but they can't
Okay.
take alcohol to go. So it's, for the alcohol, it's more like a bar.
That was it, sorry.
Jim?
One of the reasons we have a bylaw, a warrant article coming up about disposable utensils and is precisely to reduce the waste created by this kind of operation. So I think that will, passing that will help address concerns about the, creating lots of disposable things that aren't recyclable or compostable.
Yes. Are we ready to vote then? Okay, I would take a motion to approve an all-alcoholic beverage and license and common vittler license for Santa Fe Burrito Grill located at 297 Main Street.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
So Dean moves and Fran seconds. Jim, would you call the roll, please?
Sure. On the question of approving the license, Fran?
Aye.
Himija?
Aye.
Dean?
Aye.
David?
Aye.
Jim is also aye. That's unanimous. You got your license.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, then the next item of business tonight is to discuss and vote on recommended Acton Power Choice rate structure. I know that we have some slides in the packet. Mr. Manager, did you intend to present those slides?
Yes, actually, we have Paul Gromer, the president of Peregrine Energy, here with us tonight to give it. He presented a few weeks ago, so we're not going to start over, but just a quick recap and talk about some of the pricing in the industry right now to help the board make its decision.
Great.
Paul, are you? There you are.
Yes, I'm coming in now. So thank you very much. I can put some slides up sharing my screen if that's all right, and I'll walk through them quickly.
That's great. Please go ahead, and thank you for coming and talking to us again.
My pleasure. Can you guys see the slides now?
Could you switch the screen to the slides? I can see the slides on my computer, but yes, now we can. Please, we can't see you anymore, but we can see the slides.
Well, more important that you see the slides. So excellent. So I'll walk through quickly. My purpose today is to just provide a little bit of, as John said, just to provide a little bit of background and context for your discussion about the Acton Power Choice program, and in particular, how much additional renewable energy to include in the program and what types of additional renewable energy to include. Just one quick reminder slide on the results of the program to date. The program has been very successful in providing green power and price stability and savings to the participants in Acton. The graph here shows or compares really the program price to the Eversource basic service price, with the program price in red and the Eversource price in blue. You can see that the Eversource price changes every 6 months, whereas the program price has been stable. And also the program price has been a good bit lower than Eversource basic service in most months. As a result of which the program has produced over $2.5 million in electricity bill savings for the participants. It's important that I say that No town can guarantee future savings because future Eversource prices are unknown, but the results to date have been very strong for the program. Your topic is to talk about how much additional renewable energy to include in the program going forward. One factor in that decision is likely how that additional renewable energy will affect the program price. And to talk about that, I just need to spend a minute talking about what makes up the program price. And essentially, there are two pieces to the price. One is the cost of what we call brown power, which is just regular power without additional renewable energy in it. And the second component is the cost of the renewable energy, or the term I'll use likely is RECs, which is what signifies renewable energy in New England. As far as brown power goes, that price is determined by market factors, just the market price of power, something that's outside of the town's control. And that's by far the largest component of the program price. And the bar to the right illustrates that. You can see for the current program price, brown power is making up the vast majority of that price. The second element is the cost of the RECs, which is determined by the price of the RECs times the quantity that Acton chooses to buy, and that's one of the issues in front of you. And then secondarily, the type of RECs, because the different types have different prices. So I'll just talk through those quickly now. In terms of brown power prices, right now those are extremely high. The graph shows the wholesale cost of electricity in New England over the last 10 years. You can see that prices are higher than they've ever been. That's largely due to the war in Ukraine and the uncertainty that's creating in the energy markets. At some point, prices will likely drop back down to, their more normal levels, but unfortunately, they're very high right now, and no one can say with certainty when the prices will come down. They will come down, but no one can say with certainty when. The other thing we talked about was RECs and the prices for RECs. REC prices are also higher than they were when Acton signed its last power contract. But REC prices, although higher than they were, aren't outside the normal price range over time. And the impact of the REC price is much less important than the impact of the power price. Shifting now to talk about the quantity of additional RECs. What this shows is how Acton's current program compares to those of other communities on this point, the percentage of additional RECs. And you can see that right now Acton, which has 10% additional RECs now, is right about in the middle, with a number of communities having a lower percentage and a number of communities having a higher percentage. And if we look across the communities, the range is quite broad, all the way from 62% all the way at the left, that's Newton, and down to 1% for the Cape Light Compact down on the right. One way of thinking about this decision is what impact would additional RECs at different price levels have on the typical electric bill of a typical resident at Acton. And that's what we've tried to illustrate here. We have all the way to the left there, the 2019 price, which is in your current contract. Probably the place to focus is on those columns under 2022, where we show the price at different percentages. And then also on the bottom row there shows the incremental monthly cost for a typical resident of Acton. And so you can see that at 10% additional RECs, that would be on the order of about $2.50 extra a month for a typical Acton residential electricity customer. We went up as high as 45% for this table here, and at 45%, the incremental cost would be $11 a month. And that, by incremental, I mean the cost for the extra RECs. Now, one thing that's important to note is that we're talking here about what would be in the standard product, which is what people in the program get unless they choose something different. But they do have choices. They can choose to have more RECs than the standard amount. And importantly, they can choose to have fewer RECs too. There's an option to have no additional RECs, which is available at a lower cost and wouldn't include any of these additional REC costs. The next issue is the type of RECs to consider. We talked about this a little bit last time. So far, though, the slides have addressed Class 1 RECs, which are the ones that most communities choose to buy. Those are RECs from New England. They're much more expensive than the alternative, but they have a larger impact. The other kinds of RECs that the town could consider are what are called national wind RECs. Those are much less expensive, but they have less of an impact in terms of incentivizing the development of new renewable energy projects. Last time, one of the things that was discussed was the option or the two possible approaches of buying just Class 1 RECs versus buying a combination of Class 1 RECs and national wind RECs to get to a total of 100%. What this table shows is the trade-off between those two potential strategies. What the table shows is that at any given cost, how many RECs, Class 1 RECs, would you get if you just bought Class 1 RECs versus how many Class 1 RECs would you get if you were also buying national wind RECs to get to 100%. And the simple conclusion from this table is that if your goal is to maximize Class 1 RECs, it's better just to buy those. They'll have a bigger impact. But if your goal is to get to 100%, you probably want to buy the combination of the two. My final slide just speaks to the timing. These decisions will be made as part of the town's new electricity supply contract. We're currently thinking that maybe the town will go out to bid and enter into that contract in mid to late May. And in any event, it has to happen by the end of July in order to have a new contract in place in time for when the current contract comes to an end. So that quickly is my run through of those slides. And I know many of these things are familiar to you and are things we talked about last time.
Great, thank you so much. I'll open it up to questions from the board. Jim.
Just before this meeting, we got a note from the Green Advisory Board with their recommendations. And I left that Green Advisory Board meeting before they figured out if someone from the board would actually be able to attend to speak to that. If not, I'm happy to summarize what the letter says when the chair thinks that's appropriate.
So why don't we wait until to see if anybody raises their hand during the public comment period, and otherwise you can pass along the advice from the Green Advisory Board.
There is not going to be a representative here.
Okay. So we'll still do that at the end. First, any other comments or questions for Mr. Gromer from the board? Dean.
Well, I just reiterate what I said when we discussed this some weeks ago, that whatever combination we come up with, I think it's important to make sure that it be very transparent for the general public, what they're going to be getting, how much it's going to cost. And I think it's very important that people that are on the standard default rate now, which is not 100% renewable, still be able to normally slide into that as the default and not have to take some kind of an action to get back into the standard price.
Thank you. Anyone else? So I have a question for if we choose a certain amount of Class 1 RECs and we don't specify national wind RECs for the rest, where does the rest of the power come from? How is it generated? I mean, I know that in Massachusetts, most of our power comes from natural gas. Would that be the case? Or does some of this come from coal plants in the Midwest or something?
Yes, so that's a great question. So it would all come from New England. And in New England, just as you said, the great majority of electricity, or most of the electricity anyway, is generated by natural gas. What you would get for the remainder is what we call the system mix, which is just the percentage of electricity in New England just based on all the contributions of all the power plants. So that means mostly natural gas, a chunk of nuclear, and then and then a little bit of oil and a little bit of coal, not very much of either of those two.
Okay, and can you remind me of the mix in our current basic plan?
Yes. Oh, so the basic plan just has that system mix and the amount of renewable energy required by state law, but includes no additional renewable energy beyond that state requirement.
Okay, thank you. Himija.
Hello, I'm so sorry. Yes, I did have a quick question, and I apologize if this was covered before and I missed it. But in terms of the calculations, so looking at the two slides that have like class 1 recs and the percentages for the different class 1 recs and the prices accordingly, do we have numbers for projections if we did more than that percentage of class 1 recs?
The prices would just scale up. So what we use here is just the market price for rec. So these, I should clarify, these aren't based on bid prices for Acton. They're just based on the price in the market. We anticipate you'd get, when we get bids, it'll be right around that point. And it would just scale up to whatever percentage you chose.
Got you.
So
Thank you. That's a...
25% and you wanted to do 50, just double it.
Okay. Thank you. That makes sense. And then the second question is, I don't know if it's appropriate to ask, and please feel free if not, but what would your recommendation be, kind of based on what you've seen as the projections and things like that?
Well, largely this question is about the town's goals and its policies. So it's not something that my recommendation would be particularly useful on, or I think meaningful for you. The one thing I would balance, which I'm sure you would, is you would think about the cost and how it aligns with your goals. And in particular, think this is a time when electricity prices are really, really high. So the program price is going to go up a lot because electricity prices are so much higher. And that's nothing specific to Acton. It's going up for everybody. And in fact, you've delayed that increase for your participants because you have this program. But folks are going to see a big jump in their electricity bill no matter what. So that might be a factor that you might want to consider.
Thank you. That's really helpful.
Jim, did you have a follow-up question?
No, when do you think it's appropriate for us to sort of say what we're thinking about the
Well, I think
project?
we should make any comments. Well, either way, do you want to hear from the public first, or you want to say what you think?
I'm happy to say what I'm thinking for now. Some towns only have one option or two options. We've been lucky in Acton in our second contract to have three options. And I think that's really important at this time when we have, this extraordinary rise in the base electricity prices. So people are going to be faced with, challenging choices about what they want to do. So for me, it's clear that we want to continue to offer a basic level that is the same as what's mandated by the state, which is 20% extra class 1 racks on top of, the basic mix. And I think it's also clear that we have increasing numbers of people who want a 100% product with, 100% with all class 1 recs, 80% on top of the mandatory 20. And we have that. And so I think it's clear that we want both of those. We had an earlier proposal to make the default be that 100%. And I think that still should be our goal. But I don't think this is the time to do it. I don't think we've had time to do the education, and I think we're in an extraordinary market situation where if we choose a short enough contract period, which I think we should, we'll be faced with a very different pricing situation where we can make different choices. So the question in my mind is mostly where between the 20% and the 100% do we want our default so that people can choose to either go up to 100% or down to the basic. And to me, if I'm thinking about designing steps I like steps to be equal sizes so that people can, it's the same amount of, pain or joy to go up as it is to go down. So for me, what might be a very reasonable choice is to have, is to have a default that is between the 20 and the 100. In other words, at 60%, 40% more than the default. I think that would be clear. It's easy to explain. It's halfway. It's about, for the average customer, it's about $10 a month to go, that they would save to go down to the basic, or $10 a month extra that they would pay to go up to the 100%. And I think it's straightforward and easy to explain. I also think that we don't want to get involved in national recs because, as Paul was explaining, they do cost some money. And to keep things at the same price, we would have to reduce the amount of Class 1 recs we would buy. And we know that the Class 1 recs are the ones that have the best chance of having a positive impact. So I think we should just stay with, plain old Class 1 recs, highest quality, and just have the steps be equal from the basic to the 100%.
Thank you. Hilary, did you have a comment before we go to public questions?
Yes, I have a comment. And before we go to public comment, and maybe we can hear from the public as well on this, I think that, Jim, you outlined a really good idea. I think that makes sense. The one thing I would wonder about, and I want that, and this is maybe something to pitch to the board, is if we could change the default by year. So we have a 3-year contract, as opposed to saying the 60% would be our default the whole 3 years. Maybe we could entertain the option of, for like year 1 or year 1 and 2, keeping the default to 60, and then year 3, maybe making the default something else, just because, I do understand the need to, do more research, do more due diligence, especially the outreach as well, which I think we do need time for. So maybe something to consider, but other than that, I 100% agree with everything Jim said. And especially I think the 60% is really, is a really valuable point as well, just because even looking at what other towns have done, I think the highest is Newton at 62, and so we would still be, showing our commitment and really trying to be as proactive as possible with trying to get more green energy into Acton. So that was my long-winded rant, sorry.
Thank you. But before we come to a conclusion on this, I think we need to back and forth to discuss what Jim and Hilary have been discussing. And but I'd like to get the public input first. So for anybody who would like to speak here, please line up behind the podium so we don't have to wait for people to change. And Tara, please go ahead.
Yes, Tara from West Acton. So first of all, I'd like to say that I hope that people stop calling it natural gas. It is far from. It doesn't come out of the ground that way. It's loaded with all kinds of nasty stuff that is dangerous to us. I like the idea of a short contract given the situation, the volatility in the energy markets. We are in a climate emergency. We have made a declaration that we will not increase our carbon footprint, whereas you just approved like how many tons of trash from this new restaurant instead of using washable dishes. And so I urge the highest possible on the RECs, the renewable RECs. I want to urge people who are income insecure to make the call to get back down to the default. When I made the call to change mine, it took like 3 minutes. I also urge the town to have a mail-in option whereby people get a thing in the mail that says, do you want to save $10 a month? Here, fill out this form with your energy account number and send it in, okay, to make that easier for people who are income insecure, who have 3 jobs, bunch of kids, and may not be able to sit on the phone waiting for somebody to answer it. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Charlie Cadillac. The original purpose of this was to provide the lowest possible cost to the customers by having a larger group of people buy their electricity in this fashion. Therefore, the default should be the lowest possible cost choice. Anything else defeats the purpose of this original idea. And there comes a point where it will be cheaper to simply opt out of this way of buying electricity, which is an option. When you go to 100%, whatever the Verizon cost is, or whoever it is, it's probably going to be cheaper, and that's what I will choose. The problem is most people don't follow these subtleties quite that closely. We all get a lot of junk mail which barely look at and throw away. So the people who will be penalized if you go to a higher default than the basic lowest choice are the people who can least afford it. So therefore, if you want to keep the original purpose, you have to choose the lowest cost.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello. My name is Nathan Wolf. I'm a student at Acton Boxborough Regional High School. Can you hear me?
Just tip the microphone up to you. There you go.
Okay, so I'd just like to establish a baseline. I think most people would agree that climate change is a present problem whose effects are here now, as we can see from the near annual stories of many horrific wildfires from the western United States. And it's really a two-pronged approach necessary to address it that consists of electrification of things like appliances and vehicles and renewable energy, which makes the electrification far more efficient with less emissions. The single most impactful thing that normal Acton residents can do to reduce their carbon footprint is to opt up to APC Green. And despite extensive efforts, there has not been a large number of people willing to opt up, which is why I'm advocating for an increase in the amount of Class 1 RECs in the default option of Acton Power Choice. It's important to understand that while it can be seen as a move to protect those most in need, to do nothing or to lower the amount of renewable energy, those who will be most impacted by climate change are the very same people who are most in need. Also, our proposed town climate action plan says we should set a goal of 100% renewable energy by 2030. If that passes, increasing renewables now is a key step to meet that goal, because 8 years is not a long time in terms of the contracts. And so obviously, I do want to acknowledge that the current energy prices are very high because of all the uncertainty about the war in Ukraine. So if you will settle for a lower amount of Class 1 RECs because of those current high prices, I would also just like to advocate that it be a short contract so that by the time the contract renewal comes around, there's a good chance that prices will have gone back down to normal levels and we can continue on our path of increasing the amount of Class 1 RECs in our Acton Power Choice plans. And I just want to leave you with this. The cost of responding to climate change will get higher the less action we take. So while it may seem like a cost reduction measure, inaction in the long run will end up costing us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm Alex Hua. I'm also a student at Acton Boxborough Regional High School. And I would like to voice my support to raising the default to 60% Class 1 RECs, 40% additional, and the 20% required. And one of the things I want to point out is that Lowell, another town that has a community aggregation program, has a default that has 45% more Class 1 RECs, giving it 65% Class 1 RECs in total. In Acton has a median household income that is 2 times more that of Lowell's, and Lowell's poverty is 17%, while Acton is 3%, its poverty rate. So if Lowell can if the residents of Lowell can afford such a high amount of RECs, then the residents of Acton definitely can. And the residents of Acton do want to do more for climate change, as shown in 2020 when they voted for a climate emergency declaration nearly unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tuhina Parida, and I'm also a student at Acton Boxborough Regional High School.
You'll need to speak just a little louder or closer to the microphone for us to hear you.
Okay. So like Nathan said earlier, climate change is here now. Notably, the IPCC reports have said that climate change is widespread, rapid, and some trends are now irreversible. So Class 1 RECs can support the development of renewables. And a major thing to think about is like the price. And I would like to emphasize that it's far cheaper to take action now than later. A study has shown that this climate change could cost $150 trillion to $792 trillion by 2100. So taking the extra $10 to $15 a month right now, it's essentially a pizza a month. And I would also like to emphasize, for those who would like the most economical option, there's always the option to opt out or opt down to the basic option. This amendment will not force any higher cost on anyone. So essentially the cost right now will probably be less than the cost in the future, and I hope you consider this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sneha Iyer. I am also a student at Acton Boxborough Regional High School. I also support raising the default level of Class 1 RECs in our APC contract to 60%. I think it's an amazing and much needed step forward for our community. However, like Mr. Snydergrant mentioned, I'd like to advise against the mixing of national wind RECs into the contract when the default is raised. Renewable energy credits are contracts a person buys in order to claim that they run on 100% renewable electricity. When someone buys RECs, they're not purchasing the electrons that come from the renewable source. In other words, the purpose of renewable energy credits is to get credit for using renewable energy. But the renewable energy that is being supplied from places like Texas down south isn't going to be used in New England. It's going to be circulated into the grid and used down south. And to be honest, regions like Texas that already have the sources and the ability to produce renewable electricity without this incentive of RECs don't need our help from New England at all. We are essentially throwing money at them by purchasing national wind RECs. In fact, it can be considered greenwashing if we do this, because the money we spend in Texas has absolutely no effect here. So the national wind RECs that we buy are essentially worthless. Instead, by keeping our money focused on Class 1 RECs, we are creating demand for a sector that needs more renewable energy, New England. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Carrie, and I also go to AB along with these people. And so, as seen in the graph comparing the percent of additional green Class 1 RECs that Paul Gromer showed us to other towns, we are in the middle of the pack. And I know Acton, and we strive to be the best, and we hold ourselves to high standards, whether it is our actions against racism, whether it is basically our education system. We strive to be the best, and we take so much pride in trying to be the best. And so this kind of confuses me, because we have so much pride, and yet we are so mediocre in terms of our attitude towards climate change. We're not putting our money where our mouth is at. And so, to echo Alex's point, Lowell has 45% Class 1 RECs above the state mandate. And so, for Acton, we are so affluent compared to so many of our neighbors, and yet we're not even able to match Lowell. For me, that is almost shameful, I feel like, to have so much pride and yet not take as much action as we should. I think another thing that I want to address is we have to also think in the long term. So paying low costs right now is not going to just make climate change go away. It's all adding up in the future. And as kids, we are going to be responsible to foot the bill for irresponsibility right now. And I would say you as adults must invest in our futures instead of increasing the debt that in the future we will need to pay for climate change disasters. That is my comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Shirley. I'm also an AB student. I'd like to support raising the default to the highest renewable energy percentage that's possible, which I'm hearing is 60%. And we've heard from the energy leader, Ann Berwick from Newton, that default is destiny. So where people are put in default, they usually stay even if they're willing to opt up. And so if we raise the default, then we're raising most households and all households in Acton. And so that makes a great impact on our climate impact. And also in terms of equity, there's always the opt-down option for anyone who wants or needs it. So that's always available. And lastly, I just want to say that we should act now because the climate change will not wait for us, and we have to act. Thank you.
Hi, Deborah Symes, 109 Concord Road. Really quickly, and Paul, I'm going to invite you to correct me if I'm wrong here, but I want to correct what I think is a misimpression that this kind of program, Acton Power Choice, which is a community choice aggregation program, that the state allowed this to happen in the first place, not necessarily entirely as a cost savings measure, but as a measure to give municipalities more control over the way that they secure their electricity. So I know we can't make projections about future costs. Paul has taught me that. But what I would say is that in the history of this program since 2017, that the basic option that we have had has almost always, or always, I can't remember exactly, but almost always been cheaper than Eversource's offering. So it has functionally, at least historically, been the cheapest option for people in Acton. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, Judith Ehrenstein, Gregory Lane, Acton. I'm with Mothers Out Front, and briefly, we were initially very much in support of 100%, and I think the arguments for 60 are great. And I think having 7 students from the high school show up who represent our future is really all we need to hear. Thank you.
Thank you.
One more quick point. The more successful those who want to convert to electricity are, the higher the demand for electricity will be. And it's pretty clear that the higher the increased cost will be. So those of you who think that the current cost is temporary, high cost of electricity, these are the good old days. Electricity will increase in cost, and it will become a major factor on everybody's budget. And there are people in Acton who are not wealthy.
Thank you. Are there any comments online? If so, please raise your hand, electronic hand. Okay, I don't see any comment, and now we can, any additional comments? Now, we can deliberate. I have a couple of comments, but I'll let someone else go first. No? So I, last time, one of my concerns with filling in the remainder with the national wind recs, was that the remaining power, my concern would come from coal-generated power. And coal-generated power now not only emits more carbon into the atmosphere, but it also has severe other environmental impacts. The slag from burning coal is a huge problem. But we heard from Paul today that the rest of the electricity is generated from within New England, and there's very few, I don't even know of any coal-fired power. There's probably some somewhere. There's one?
Up in New Hampshire, still in Bow, New Hampshire, they're still burning coal.
Okay, so there's one coal-fired power plant in New England. But, you know, a very high percentage of Massachusetts is gas-generated power. So that alleviates my concern there. You know, I was thinking to fill in the remaining from the national recs, and I do understand the argument of, you know, the Class 1 recs move the needle on the country or our region moving to more green power. And I also understand today better, based on Paul's presentation, that the more we do the national wind recs, the less Class 1 recs we can get for a given dollar. So I think that's important. Also, to address Himage's concern about kind of step function, you know, I would propose that we, as part of our motion today, ask the town manager to only enter into a one-year contract. Maybe two if people want to, if other members of the board want to go that way. And so we set a rate for 1 or 2 years, and then we can return to that and see where power prices are. Finally, I'm wondering if we want. Well, I'm actually fine with Jim's proposal and the Green Advisory Board's proposal for, and the students' proposal for plus 40% Class 1 recs in the standard plan. I'm also wondering whether we want to leave the basic plan alone or whether we want to add 5%. I know if we added 5% there, it really messes up your being even above and below, Jim, because it would be only 35% below and 40% above. So that might be a stopper, but so we can discuss that. But I'm wondering whether we might want to take a small step function even on the basic. I think with the way in from Paul's slide, he had just a 0.2 cent increase for 10%. If I was reading his chart right, 0.2 cent per kilowatt hour for 10%. So if we did the 5%, that would be a 0.1% increase. Again, only messing up Jim's even steps. So those are my comments. Other members? Dean.
Yeah, I think the Green Advisory Board's proposal seems like a good common step, a good compromise. The important thing for me throughout all this has been to make sure that the standard default rate is in that mid-range, and people can make their informed decisions whether to go up or to go down. So I think I agree with the basic outline that they sent to us this evening.
Thank you. Fran or Hemija, any additional comments? No? Jim?
Yeah, just because we haven't said it out loud in the meeting, the Green Advisory Board proposal overlaps a lot with what we've been talking about here. It recommends keeping the standard as low as possible, the legal minimum, to address our obligation to people that need to save as much money as possible. And sure.
I just want to.
Basic. Thank you.
I just want to also pause for people who are looking for the Green Advisory Board's recommendation. We just received it late in the day today, and we added it to the extra information section of the packet.
Oh, great.
So you can read it. Jim, please continue with your.
Yeah, they were recommending a minimum of 40% more. They were recommending that we have no national wind recs, and that we keep the contract period as short as possible. My thoughts are, in addition to that, I'm sorry, I'm just, this is the time when my brain starts turning to mush a little bit, so excuse me, let me gather my thoughts. In terms of the, I wanted to address the concerns about the purpose of the aggregation program. So in the town meeting resolution that started the town meeting down the road of having the town create an electrical aggregation program, it spoke explicitly of environmental needs and economic needs. So it's appropriate that we're balancing those needs. For that reason, I not just to avoid messing up my steps, but I would recommend that we keep the basic down at the lowest level. The other thing that I think we've mentioned in previous meetings is that for households in Acton who are on any of the like subsidized lunch programs, food stamps, Mass Health, they can apply for a subsidized rate from Eversource, which would then reduce their entire bill, both transmission and delivery by 30 to 40%. So it's another option for people to look into that are having a challenge. I think that was all I needed to say. Thanks.
Okay. So, Himmager.
Sorry, David, you mentioned something about like kind of the step process, like putting into a contract, like differences between year 1, year 2, year 3, but I didn't hear that comment. Could you say that again?
So I don't know if we could do a step function, but what I would propose is we just enter into a 1-year contract. Because for 2 reasons. One is that it allows us to address your concerns of possibly doing further increases in years after one year. So we get to discuss this a year from now. And second, the prices may be temporarily high due to the war in Ukraine and other things. We don't know. And so there may be lower prices in a year. And if not, we've really not lost very much, right? So anyway, so we're creating a step function by doing a shorter contract.
Okay, got you. No, that makes sense. That I do lean towards a shorter contract. I think that there is definitely a concern that prices will increase as the years go on. But exactly like you said, I think if we do it in a year, hopefully that margin of increase isn't going to be as much as if we kind of enrolled in a 3-year contract for that. And then the second point I was going to make was, if I can remember it, I think that instead of doing 20, 60, 100, I wonder if we can just increase that slightly. So kind of taking what you said, David, going from 20 to 25, and then in my mind, I think going from 60 to 65 makes sense, just because, for example, as the presentations we heard from today, Lowell is at 65%, and I think that, it's something that we as Acton can do. But, I'll definitely leave that to everyone's discretion.
Thank you. I will note that Lowell signed up when power prices were much cheaper, so to their benefit. Even just 6 months ago, power prices were much cheaper. So now I'll confirm here with how we want to go before we create a motion. First, length of contract. 1 year, 2 year, 3 year?
I would like to leave a bunch of that discretion to what happens at the bidding process. So I'm thinking, a short contract, 1 or 2 years, but let them figure out the details.
So one of the thing that we did last time is we, 3 years ago, we authorized the town manager to sign a contract, because normally these are very short term. He might have to sign within a matter of days, or in some cases even hours, and with certain goals. And we allow him to, adjust the parameters with the goals. So do we want to say the goal here is for 1 year or the goal is for 1 to 2 years? I mean, when we do the power percentages too, the green rec percentages, we also should have them in goals, because if he sees something, so for example, if we specify that the standard is, where our goal is to add 40% to the basic, and he sees that there's a plus 45% that's the same price, why wouldn't you do that, right? So, anyway, so I just wanted to say that what we're going to, the motion that we'll put together in a minute, we'll authorize the town manager with certain goals, and then he can make the final structure. So for those goals, term, 1 year. It sounds like I haven't heard anybody say 3 years. 1 year or 2 years?
I actually, so sorry, I have a very quick question. So if we did do a 1 year contract versus doing a 3 year contract, so for example, if we did a 3 year contract and we did it by a step basis, and we said that in year 2 we're going 100% class 1 recs, would that price be determined based on like this year's levels or next year's levels?
Well, we haven't even determined that we can do a stepped contract, right? So
okay, so that would be a separate conversation. Okay, that makes sense. So I think then 1 year for me.
Mr. Gromer, did you want to say something?
I did. If I could just weigh in for a second on this issue of the term length. I certainly see the benefit of a shorter term contract, and that makes a great deal of sense. I do think there would be good reason, though, to give the town manager the discretion to do more than 1 year, so 1 to 2 years, for example. And the reason for that is a point I hadn't made in the discussion previously because it didn't come up. But if we look at the power markets today, the price for electricity in a year from now is much higher than the price for electricity 2 years from now. And if you enter into a 2 year contract, you get a blend between those two, so you'd get a lower price now. Now, that's not necessarily the best thing to do, because if prices fall a lot in 2 years, you wouldn't end up in the best spot, but you'd want to be able to consider it as an avenue for lowering the current increase. And so I just encourage you to give the town manager the discretion there to make a decision, as Jim said, based on how the prices come in and what it looks like when he sees the real numbers.
Okay. So sounds like 1 to 2 years. If we give the town manager the discretion, that's good. So are any objections from the board to a goal of 1 to 2 years? And then for the percentages, the last comments from Jim were that the basic would be plus 0% for a total of 20. Standard would be plus 40% for a total of 60. And green would be plus 80% for a total of 100. And Himmages suggested plus 5% for a total of 25, plus 45 for a total of 65, and plus 80 for a total of 100. Again, that messes up Jim's even steps. Any comments as to Dean?
Yeah, I agree with Jim on this. I think it's really important that we make sure that the folks that are in the most need and need the cheapest power can get the cheapest power. And I think, the even steps make a lot of sense. We're only talking a 1 to 2 year contract. People can make a bigger, better pitch in the future to encourage more folks to go into the higher 100%. But I think moving folks into the default at the recommendation that Jim and GAB have come up with, I think is the way to go.
Okay. Fran, any comments?
I'm so ready to vote.
Okay. Call to previous question. And so, Himmager, are you okay with Jim's proposal?
Yeah, I ideally it would be plus 5, but I do understand the importance of balancing, just keeping in mind that, people in Acton, especially now, are going through many of them are going through financially difficult times. So I do understand that. And so for this I would be happy to vote for that. And just so I'm clear, so we are going with a 1 to 2 year potential contract, but we would leave that up to the town manager to decide.
Yes, and we see how we want to form the motion, but even with the percentages, he might we should give him some flexibility to so if he sees a deal, he can go for the deal. So if we're all okay with that, maybe we could try to put together a motion. Jim, do you want to make a motion? Want me to try to make a motion?
Let's have you do it, since my brain is still tilting a little bit.
So I would entertain a motion to authorize the town manager to enter in to an Acton Power Choice contract for 1 to 2 years, with the goal of class run recs at the basic level of 0% above the minimum, for a total of 20%. The standard level for a total for an increment of 40% over the minimum, for a total of 60%, and the green for 100% class run recs.
So moved.
Second.
So Jim moves and Fran seconds. Any final discussion? If not, Jim, would you please call the roll?
Yes, on authorizing the manager to enter into an APC contract. Himija.
Aye.
Fran.
Aye.
Dean.
Aye.
David.
Aye.
Jim says aye. That's unanimous.
Thank you. So, thank you, everyone. You're, of course, welcome to stay for the rest of the meeting, but we're done with power. The next thing, or this begins this various discussions on the town meeting warrant. I just want to point out a couple of things here. What we'll take first is presentations from citizens petition sponsors, and I'll talk about that in just a second. Then we'll begin a review of the list of articles themselves. I filled in with the town manager a tentative list of select board members responsible for each article. At the time we begin that discussion, we can change that list. I filled in myself for all the consent ones, because they don't usually require anything to be done. And I didn't fill in any for the citizens petitions, so as we hear the citizens petitions, please be thinking that if you want to be the select board member assigned to that article, when they get there, just remember that. Also, when we hear each of the petitions, and then when we go through, for the select board member responsible, you'll be asked to make the motion and recommendation at town meeting. If you want to have some remarks at that time, you want to present what the board thinks. So you probably may, during this discussion, want to take notes when we discuss each article later, and so you'll have a basis on which to make your remarks at town meeting. So now we'll come back to the citizens petitions. Just because of the number of petitions and the time allotted, I'm going to have us stick to strictly to a 5-minute no more than 5-minute presentation by each sponsor. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to cut you off if you take more than 5 minutes. And then there'll be time for select board members to ask any questions they want. And then once we won't make any decision at that time, but once the select board questions are done, we'll move on. We just don't have the time tonight to take public input on each of the citizens petitions. The time to do that is at town meeting. So I will take the citizens petitions in the order that they are in the warrant. So the first one is Article 41, amend town charter, elected planning board members. You may go ahead.
Oh, sorry, Mark said something I didn't hear what he said. So I can just go ahead? Okay, so thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Did you bring up the slides on that computer?
I don't know how to do that. I have them on this computer.
Okay, no, that's good, then we'll switch it. There you go.
Okay,
And then
here we go.
You can advance the slides yourself.
I see that, thank you so much. So I thank you for the opportunity to speak. If this passes, this is an article to amend the town charter to make the planning board be elected instead of appointed. If this passes at this town meeting, the next step would be a ballot vote. If that passes, a transition would take place to an elected planning board. A study by the town of Ipswich summarized what planning boards around the state expect to do. Study resources and needs, particularly conditions affecting public welfare and safety related to development. Follow the master plan with special attention to land use and ensuring proper housing. Oversee special permits to ensure they meet the goals of the master plan, and propose changes to the town's zoning bylaw. In addition, planning boards are supposed to, in effect, plan. Per Mass General Law, they're supposed to make careful studies and, when necessary, prepare plans. The Acton Master Plan calls for Acton to maximize open space and minimize developed land. The Planning Board is supposed to update the master plan. It is currently over 10 years old. The first priority listed in the executive summary, preserving the rural and historic characteristics of the town, and it calls for Acton to, as I said, maximize open space. The Acton Climate Emergency Declaration calls for Acton to protect open spaces because of their ability to draw carbon down out of the atmosphere. An elected planning board will serve the people of Acton better and will increase effectiveness, transparency, and accountability. Although difficult to attract volunteers for any board or committee, based on our research, we believe that removing and appointing authority will attract more diverse candidates. No longer would a person be carefully chosen by a small number of people. In the Ipswich study, of the 22 towns responding, over 75% had elected planning boards. It indicated that none of the towns had an elected planning board vacancy go unfulfilled. It is imperative to attract board members with backgrounds in planning, architecture, engineering, zoning, and/or law. Acton has had a hard time getting volunteers to go through the appointment process successfully. Many volunteers who get through the process have very little or no professional land use technical skills. One official who responded to the Ipswich study said, "When a board is appointed by selectmen, they lose their independence. Maintaining independence is especially important when new construction impacts neighbors." We believe that an elected planning board will be more proactive in using its authority to reduce the negative impacts of new construction. You can see here some of the things that the planning board could be using local law to do: reducing the amount of land destroyed, minimizing the burden on infrastructure, ensuring environmental justice and affordability. In summary, what does an elected planning board offer? More diversity, accountability, new ideas, new expertise. In an election, we get to learn about the candidate's background and views on key issues before they get on the planning board. This is not a radical idea. 70% of Massachusetts towns have elected planning boards. We hope you'll vote yes to advance Acton towards an elected planning board. If this passes, there will be almost a year for us to decide how we will vote on the ballot, and we'll have plenty of time to craft the ballot vote to meet community needs. I urge you to vote yes today to advance toward an elected planning board.
Thank you. Questions from the board members? I have two questions. You brought this up last year, is that correct?
Yes.
So I have to say that I don't believe in second bites at the apple. right, the town meeting didn't vote for it last year. You know, I don't think we would be, as a select board, be expected not to bring up an article that failed year after year.
Thank
I think
you.
we need to expect this. I'm not asking for a response.
Oh, okay. I was going to say pay as you throw.
And second, this one, I'm asking for a response. Have you brought this up from the planning board or any other town board or committee?
This is a citizen's petition. State law allows any citizen who doesn't feel they're getting a response from government to introduce something themselves. So I have asked the planning board to solve a lot of different issues, like climate change and affordability, land clearing issues, and haven't gotten much of a response, except for that they can't do anything, they don't know, all this kind of shrugging type stuff. But pay as you throw took how many times, Jim? So sometimes it does take a couple of times to get through something.
Yeah, I have to say too, I don't believe, if citizens petitions are an option, people certainly use them, and that's completely fine. But I don't believe in them as being an end run around other parts of the process, and I don't think we get a good result in that case. So, any other comments or questions?
Oh, comments, sure. I just didn't have any questions. So I agree with a whole lot of the slides there about the, the need for the planning board to do more planning. As the liaison to the planning board, I've been, attending meetings, talking to people on the board, trying to understand the dynamics involved. I think the biggest factor has been we've been through a period of severe understaffing in the planning department, and now we're finally getting back up to, a full planning staff. So I'm still hoping for, with clear direction from the select board, that the planning board get re-engaged in the process of planning. I don't think moving it to an elected board is the best way of going about that. But I'm very comfortable with the notion of this going to town meeting. I think one of the reasons we have citizens petitions is precisely to bypass, a broken process among boards and committees, because it goes right to the voters. So I'm comfortable with that as a way of proceeding.
Okay. Thank you. Article 42 is also yours.
Sorry, David, can I say something very quickly?
Sorry, please go ahead.
Oh, yes, so sorry about that. Yeah, I wanted to underscore what Jim said. I do think, if I remember correctly, last year the vote was pretty close with this particular petition. I think that putting it through again and seeing what town meeting decides, I think could be valuable. And I'm glad Jim mentioned that, there is, if anything, a need to, and an importance of underscoring the importance of an emphasis in sustainability and things like that. Am I back? Yes. So I think that having this, even from a standpoint of seeing where the town is at and from an educational standpoint, I think is valuable. So I'll keep it with that.
Okay. Okay, we'll move on to Article, sorry, did you? You can certainly make a comment.
I'm also on board to put this forth to town meetings.
Well, we're going to be voting on the recommendations later. Yep. But if you have any comments you'd like to make now, that's certainly fine. Okay, we'll move on to Article 42 and 43, which are also yours. Tara, are you doing them in?
Well, I could do all mine in a row if you'd make it easier, but
no,
Rick,
we'll do them in the order that they are in the warrant. So for Article 42 and 43, do you know what order you're going to be?
well, I was just going to follow the order than the thing that Mark sent me today.
No, I'd like to do them in the order in the warrant. So
Yeah, you can do whatever you like.
So the two PCRC ones?
Yes, I'm prepared to do those.
Okay, please.
Rick, did you want to speak?
And do you know which one, how are you presenting this to town meeting as to which one you're advocating? Or are you moving for no action on one and then voting to approve the other? Or what are you doing?
They're both valid. They won't be contradictory.
Okay.
Rick Karanowicz, 176 Newtown Road. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you about removing the wetlands from the PCRC calculations, which determines how many houses a developer can build.
Hang on, wait up.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Zoning laws zoning allows different housing construction projects. I'm here to talk about two types. One is planned conservation residential community, known as a PCRC. The other is a standard subdivision. A PCRC allows clustering of houses to reduce sprawl and preserve open space. This is a good thing. However, Acton developers currently use unbuildable wetlands to build more houses. This is becoming more of an issue as buildable land becomes more scarce. Our petition, if passed, would remove wetlands from the PCRC calculations. It would protect more land while still encouraging cluster developments. A hand reminder of what wetlands are. They recharge our drinking water and filter out toxins. It's important to protect the wetlands. Petition A is our first petition to remove the wetlands from the PCRC calculation. This is our second petition on the same topic. The town attorney suggested adding a definition for the PCRC tract of land, which specifically does not include wetlands. We hope that you will vote for both articles, but we believe that passing one or the other will help. This is how a PCRC calculation works. I'll show you a simpler example soon. For now, let's just do the math. You start with the whole parcel, including all the wetlands. Divide by the house lot size required for the zoning districts and multiply by 80%. This one is 22 Elm Street. The light blue line is the property line. The dark gray blocks are the houses permitted to be built. And the green shape shows the part of the actual buildable land. The rest is wetlands, buffer setbacks, which are unbuildable. A standard subdivision would have allowed maybe 2 or 3 houses. In a PCRC, according to the town, 14 houses would have been allowed. In this case, deed restrictions limited the full development potential. Without the wetlands, the calculations would not have changed the number of houses, but the PCRC bylaw would have not stopped him from building 14 houses. Here's a simple way of thinking about it. A developer buys an acre of land next to wetlands. He can build 2 or 3 houses. The developer then approaches a neighbor who owns a pond next to his 1 acre lot. The developer says to the neighbor, can I buy that pond? I can't build on it, but I want to own it. The neighbor says, sure. The developer now has 8 acres and he can build a PCRC. The developer is now allowed to build up to 14 houses. We expect this more and more as developers run out of buildable upland to build on. At 180 Newtown, the developer used the PCRC bylaw to build 8 houses. If the wetlands were not included in the calculations, we estimate it would have been 5 houses, possibly fewer. The town calculated the difference building under standard subdivision zoning and PCRC. Note the columns pointed out in red. In the first project, more than double the number of houses could have been built with the PCRC. These are past construction projects and the results would not have changed much if the wetlands were taken out of the PCRC calculations, because the project didn't involve many wetlands.
Excuse me, just 1 second. Am I correct that you're just doing one presentation for both articles?
correct.
So I'll allow you to go, I'll double the time. So
we're
that,
almost done.
oh, no, that's fine. I just wanted to, because you were about to run out of time, but that's fine.
But moving forward, we expect the wetlands to play a key role in how PCRC land is used. You guys probably didn't read it, but Harvard University did a study in 2010, and they interviewed Donna Jacobs, who was the assistant town planner, and she said when it was originally conceived, it wasn't meant to allow the developers to get more houses. So, please vote yes to preserve the more land, natural habitat, carbon footprint, and open space. Thank you.
Thank you. Before you go, just in case there are questions. So I'm thinking maybe, since we're probably going to rehash the comments later when we do the things, maybe it makes sense just to ask questions during this time. So does anybody have questions? I just have one question. Have you consulted the planning department on this? And if so, what have they said?
I can say, I was told that because the select board had not taken me up on my request to get help from the planning department and town council, that they wouldn't help me. So we were on our own. We actually sent in the language and asked for help. And we got a memo back, which was very helpful, that resulted in the second petition to clarify what a tract of land, add a new term. But again, this was because I was a petitioner and it was already in the process, as opposed to coming to the planning board and asking for help and being denied that help and having to do this on our own. I would rather, if we, I would like to do land clearing next and get some help. And because we have these ideas, the architects are all saying, yes, that's really important to do. You come to the planning board and they say, sorry, we don't do stuff like that. So this is the culmination of all of the problems in a sense. So thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know how to get out of this here. Oh, wait. It's a new way of doing things here and there's no quit. So I don't know how to quit, Mark. Literally, so anyway.
Next is Article 44, amending zoning map at 32 Weatherby Street.
Did you get it?
Where do you want to be? I don't know which one is mine. Yes. Sorry. I should have brought coffee for everybody. To advance the slides, I guess.
All you have to do is just press the mouse button.
Okay, thanks.
Or you can just do it from here and then you present it.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. My name is Thomas Falwell, Acton resident. I am also an attorney in Concord, and I represent John and Stacy Durkin and the LLC that owns the property. John is with me here tonight. Some of you may know him from his 40-odd years in business at 18 Weatherby Street. This proposed rezoning actually came up in town meeting a couple of years ago, and I know the chair talked about repetitive bites at the apple, but at the time, as I will explain, the Durkins had just bought the property about 2 months beforehand, and they really hadn't developed any plan. John wanted to bring it to town meeting. We put the article in, and I'm not sure, I wasn't there, but I understand there wasn't much of a bite at the apple because having no plan at that point in time, the meeting wasn't of a mind to approve the article. So we view this as really the first bite, the first real bite, now that we have some more information. So with that, I will just to acclimate you to the property at 32 Weatherby is outlined in yellow on the plan before you. You can see there's a large building that abuts the Bruce Freeman Rail Trail. Those are buildings that have been there for a long time. We use for commercial purposes. I'll get to. There's also a residence on the property, which the Durkins have actually done a lot of interior rehabilitation to. The property on the other side of the rail trail is the Onyx Corporation, place of business that's been there, again, since the early 80s. I'll show you a couple of photographs. These are some views of the existing buildings that have been there but have been unused for some lengthy period of time. The proposal is to adaptively reuse these buildings to house administrative and other functions of Onyx, and to also have some outdoor and inside equipment storage and whatnot. I think it's important to
understand who the Durkins are, and so many of you, like I say, may know, but, and appreciative of the comment of the speaker who spoke in opposition to it about, somebody coming into town or somebody deciding to change their mind. I think it's important to know who you're dealing with here in terms of this is a family that's been there since the early 80s, have operated their business there since that period of time. Their sons are in the business. Sons were raised and educated in Acton. Both of their sons are in the business. This is a continuing business. The reason that the Durkins bought the property was actually to keep it from being developed. They didn't want to develop it for a number of reasons, but mostly because of the potential impact on their adjoining residents and business. So this is a family business they have here, and they want to move some functions of that business to the adjoining property. They've been active in town over the years. I see I've got a typo on here. When I was putting this together, I refer to some of the things that they've done with respect to, for instance, I've mentioned the Larry baseball field. I don't know how the word baseball get in there, but it's actually the fields that they worked on and contributed to as a civic improvement, where I think it's a veterans field at 2A and 27. So I apologize for that mistake. They also, if you've been by that portion of the rail trail, you'll see that there's about 100 tall arborvitae that were planted to screen the rail trail from the Onyx Corporation. Those were planted by the Durkins at their expense. There was no requirement they did that, but they thought it was an appropriate thing to do to shield the users on the rail trail from their operations. Again, Onyx Corporation, who's John's company, has been there since the early 1980s. They employ approximately 100 people. It's a family operation. It's a long-standing operation in the site development, materials business, and handling business, and trucking. This board, I believe, granted them unanimously a special permit back in 2016 to construct their present building trade shop at 18 Willoughby. And
just 1 minute left.
And
1 minute left.
They've been successfully conducting their operations for more than 4 decades there in harmony with the abutters and their neighborhood. So it's important to understand that who we are dealing with here. I could understand if somebody bought this land and wanted to rezone it, I'd have the same concerns about, okay, they can say that, but they're going to, flip it and develop it. That's not what they have in mind. They'll provide you letters to that effect. There was some discussion about a deed restriction. That doesn't work. Forever's a long time, and actually, it's not possible to deed restrict this land, even if they wanted to, other than use by a conservation restriction, which the town, the Commonwealth wouldn't accept because of the uses on the land. So it's not a candidate for that type of a restriction. So what happened was in 2020, they went before the town meeting, but they didn't have a plan, and it got defeated summarily. In the meantime, they've studied it, and they've decided that they bought it because they didn't want to see residential development at 32 Weatherby, but they did want to use the property to expand primarily their administrative and office functions into those buildings after they put some money into them. They did support, this board I think did support the proposal the last time, but as I said, it didn't go anywhere because of the lack of an actual plan. So their plan is, as I said before, it's got 3 components basically, other than to keep the spaces not being developed for housing. They want to adaptively reuse the existing former buildings. They want to use, and this is been in the discussions with the people at Teamworks about the possibility of Teamworks acquiring an interest in the rear portion of the property for commercial recreational purposes, perhaps an additional soccer field and so forth. And they'd have, again, the other leg of the stool is that they have using the present residential structure where you've rehabbed and to do that. So we hope that the board will vote, to vote to support this article and give us a chance to make our presentation at town meeting now that we actually have a plan for the property as opposed to just having bought it 2 months before with no real concrete proposal to make.
Right.
With that,
You get to present at town meeting whether or not we recommend it, but yeah, yes.
Well, I understand that.
So,
It's important to have your recommendation.
So that your time is up, I'm going to switch to questions from the board on this. Jim?
Sure. Hi, and thanks for all the good stuff you've done in Acton over the years. You mentioned letters to that effect that you'd be willing to write, and I'd love to hear more about what would be in such a letter. What could you say that would help reassure people of that the plans would be going through as described?
I mean, we'd just be going on the record as to what we're telling you now, and clearly its legal effect would be, questionable. It wouldn't be an enforceable agreement, but again, I would urge you to understand and appreciate that what we're talking about is somebody who has a track record in this town of over 40 years of doing what they said they were going to do and doing it without any problems in the community. So I think that's worth more than the letter. We'd be happy to go on the record. There's no plan to develop this property at present, and they don't foresee a plan. As long as Onyx is in business, they'll be using that property, and hopefully Teamworks will be using a portion of it as well.
Thank you.
Dean?
Yeah, are we just doing questions or are we doing
questions.
comments? Okay, I'll hold my comments till later.
Okay. I have two questions. Just confirming for my own, the reason you want to switch from R2 to EAV2 is it allows you to do commercial things on that property.
It allows, the present property, Onyx's property, is EAV2, so it would be the same use to allow that same trade shop use that allows Onyx to exist. So it's compatible with Onyx, and it's separated only by the trail. It's really the only, otherwise it would be, I guess, what people generally call a spot zone, if it were some other zone.
And have you had contact with the planning department about this, and what was their reaction?
Yes, we've made our presentation to them, and they're mulling it over. I think they haven't taken a vote, but we've made our points to them, and hopefully they will support us. It's important that they do, actually, because under the general laws, we need their support because of the timing of town meeting. It hasn't been exactly 2 years. It's a year and 11 months from the last town meeting. So in order to bring up an article that was defeated, you have to have a 2-year waiting period, and we're 1 month short of that. So the requirement is the planning board is hopefully reports favorably, which will then allow us to go forward. If it was next year, we wouldn't need it, but we would obviously looking for the support of the planning board in any event.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Welcome.
We'll move on to Article 50, non-binding resolution, the Woodlawn Mortuary Chapel.
Excuse me, are you deliberating on this tonight or at a later date?
We will be doing that on all of them later, but it's going to be a late hour.
Okay, thank you.
So, because I'll probably take them in the order in the warrant, so this is number 44. Hello.
Good evening. My name is Amber Clower. I live on Piper Road in South Acton.
Did you have any slides or just to
I
speak?
did not have any
That's fine.
slides.
That's
I didn't. I'm
completely
sorry. I'll have some for town meeting, though.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I thought I would read the petition first. It's pretty short, and then just like a minute of a little background as well, if that's okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right, thank you. As a Tuttle descendant, I am voicing my concern regarding the proposal that would alter the Woodlawn Mortuary Chapel, given in memory of Barnum Tuttle and his son-in-law by Barnum's daughters. Many think of this memorial chapel as just a historic building. I feel, however, It is a monument within the Woodlawn Cemetery, given in memory of a loved one, of loved ones. Like all the other monuments in Woodlawn Cemetery, I believe it deserves the same care and respect. I am totally in favor of making Woodlawn Mortuary Chapel accessible for those who are physically challenged and to provide an accessible restroom and make it accessible, but make it accessible from the front. But if something ever happened in the front, I think there should be an exit ramp as well, because otherwise they might be in trouble. In my opinion, having weddings in the mortuary chapel is acceptable, but this rare gift should remain unaltered. Finally, let us not commercialize the Woodlawn Memorial Chapel, but continue to honor the terms of Sarah Watson's will. And just a little background here. At a special town meeting, August 17th, 1936, the town meeting accepted the offer of Sarah A. Watson for a parcel of land to become a part of Woodlawn Cemetery for cemetery purposes. An additional article was also accepted to instruct the Board of Cemetery Commissioners of the town to represent the town of Acton in all matters concerning the land as a gift to the town, and to approve the construction of the mortuary chapel by the trustees under the will of Georgia Whitney, that's Sarah's sister, and approve the exact location, the plans, and to accept the chapel when erected on behalf of the town. At a later town meeting, the voters accepted the provisions of Sarah Watson's will that established a private trust fund just for the chapel. This fund has been used to maintain the chapel in perfect condition in accordance with the provisions of her will. According to Brewster Conant, the chapel has not required any town funds to operate. In addition, the chapel trust fund contributes a sum of money to the town each year to pay for labor and maintenance by the cemetery department. As noted in the CPC application, the chapel trust fund would be used to supplement the project. This sum was $210,800. We want to ensure that any money from the chapel trust fund is used to provide accessibility to the mortuary chapel, and that the cemetery commissioners be directed to execute this project as they were empowered to do so in the 1936 town meeting.
Thank you very much for your comments, and I think
Sure.
I just want to say that I don't think there's a large disagreement with the town. I think people are pretty much in sync on this. My only question is there a particular part of the town plan that you had concerns about? Because the main purpose was to make it accessible and to add the bathroom. You said you agree with those things.
Oh, totally, absolutely.
And so I'm just kind of cutting to the chase.
Sure.
What parts do you have the most problem with?
They were talking about putting a glass door in front of the wooden door that would, I guess, would let light in. You can open the wooden door, let light in, and it would also block any noise from the road. I think that really will distract from the chapel myself. And I don't think there's that much noise on that road. Our little church in South Acton, if we have the doors open, you're having a wedding or funeral in there, the traffic goes by, you just deal with it. And the same with the Congregational Church here, it's right on the road. They don't have glass doors to shut out the noise or anything. Also, they were talking about padding the walls inside, and to me, that would really look terrible. They're talking about diminishing, making it sound better, but this is a mortuary chapel. That's burial of the dead. Mm-hmm. And to me, don't alter it. If you want to have a wedding ceremony in there, fine, but don't alter it. It's not meant to look pretty and festive. It's meant to be a mortuary chapel.
Sure. I think I just wanted to show you, I don't think there's a huge amount of disagreement, and I don't think there are any plans finalized. So I don't have any other questions. Do other people have questions on Dean?
Yeah, the one comment, and I'm sure that Amber's aware of this, Community Preservation Committee did not approve any funding for this year, in large part because things were in such flux and so many concerns were raised. So nothing is imminent this year anyway, no matter what happens with this petition.
Any other questions?
May I just make one more
Yes,
statement?
please.
It's my hope that the cemetery commissioners will take funds and do it themselves, whatever they can do it themselves, and I don't think we have to bother the town with money. I think it can be done with their funds, and it might be done quicker if we don't have to put in a CPC application.
Okay, well, that's an interesting idea. So, I can't say what the best plan is, but thank you very much for your
Thank
input.
Thank you very much, too. Thank you.
Okay, item 51, non-binding resolution, electric vehicle charging for residents of multifamily dwellings.
Hi, good evening.
Hi.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight about our warrant article. I'm Denise Conley, and this is Madeline Cruz, and we're both members of the Acton Housing and Climate Justice for Acton. I'm sorry, I did that backwards. And we're a group of basically condo owners and renters in Acton that were formed last summer in response to Acton's declaration of a climate emergency and the subsequent creation of the Climate Action Plan. So we're going to talk very briefly about why electric cars matter to us personally. Madeline, do you want to start?
Yes, good evening. You may ask yourself why electrical cars matter to me. I can easily answer that by saying, as an Acton resident renter, I'm concerned about, one, the global climate crisis and its direct impact on both my family and our community. Two, the negative impacts of carbon emissions on our health. And three, the escalating cost of fuel gas-powered vehicles.
Great. And I second everything that Madeline just mentioned, but practically speaking, I'm a condo owner with a small electric vehicle that I am not permitted to charge at home in my garage. And this has made living in Acton pretty challenging, given the short range of my electric vehicle. So unfortunately, at this point, I'm actually considering looking for a new residence outside of Acton because of that. Why EV charging access matters and should matter for Acton. Without the ability to charge conveniently and affordably, especially at home, it's very difficult to own an EV in Acton. Acton is 20 square miles, and you pretty much need a car to get anywhere to do even the shortest of errands. Gas-powered vehicles currently contribute nearly half of Acton's total greenhouse gas emissions. More than 30% of our residents live in apartments and condos. Most own at least one car per household, and they cannot switch to electric vehicles until charging infrastructure is installed. Electric vehicles are now becoming more affordable. Many used EVs are available for under $15,000, and federal subsidies will likely continue or increase. An electric car right now costs less than half of what a gas-powered car costs to maintain and operate. This figure of an average annual savings of $632, I suspect, has increased given the price of gas. And finally, this warrant article will help Acton continue to lead on sustainability and equity. It is endorsed by the Sierra Club, Green Acton, and Mothers Out Front.
Okay, 2 minutes left.
Benefits of expanding electric car charging in Acton: accelerate the sale and adoption of electrical cars, reduce pollution and negative health impacts, make Acton more appealing to potential residents, home buyers, and new businesses, support businesses that are focused on sustainability, allow residents to take advantage of EV incentives, tax rebates, and trade-in programs.
So what does this warrant article do? The warrant article is an advisory, non-binding resolution that does three things. It states that the planning board and staff should work to develop a future zoning amendment that will require charging infrastructure for new developments and significant renovations in Acton. Number two, it states that the town should encourage the creation of EV charging stations in all existing multifamily buildings with resources from state and federal agencies, Mass Save, and Eversource. And thirdly, it recommends a matching grant program to encourage owners of apartments and condo buildings to install EV charging stations.
Making EV charging for all a reality. After the warrant article passes, the town could get input from landlords, condo owners, and renters, seek out grant funds and set aside funds from the town budget, and consider using the town's existing charging stations contract as models.
So in conclusion, 30% of Acton households are condo owners and apartment renters.
And what we want and need to be part of Acton's green future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the board? I have a question. So you're suggesting as part of this article that the town set up a matching grant program?
That is a potential, yes.
Okay. I will just say that it's also possible to have charging stations pay for themselves.
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you very much.
Great,
Thank you.
Next item is Article 52, Economic Feasibility Analysis of Affordable Housing Trust.
Yeah, they should be here. I sent them to David and...
I'll sit on the right.
You're
You're on
funny.
the wrong.
So I can advance these?
Yes.
Can you just tell me how? Arrow, okay.
And you can move the microphone so there's points towards you. Yep.
Okay,
Great.
good evening. Thank you for affording us an opportunity to present this citizens petition. A group of residents has been working since the fall of 2019 to create and communicate a plan for a rehab trust to preserve existing naturally affordable housing in Acton. We presented our proposal to the Acton Community Housing Corporation, or ACHC, in September, and to Housing for All in October. We also met with Acton Housing Authority, or AHA Director Kelly Cronin, who shared data on the AHA's program operation with us. We received support and valuable feedback that suggested the most important next step would be to implement the feasibility work proposed as Strategy 2 in the Town of Acton 2020 Housing Production Plan, and that brings us to you today. The citizens petition asks town meeting to fund a feasibility study to vet the creation of a housing trust. The state allows local legislative bodies to establish housing trusts, so if this analysis confirms that such a rehab trust is economically feasible, then the establishment of a trust would be brought to a future town meeting.
I am Charlie Cadillac still. I got involved in this project quite a few years ago because it made sense to me that refurnishing and reworking existing suitable units could be an economic advantage that is not otherwise available, and we should look into it. Now, I will read story on the slides. While this article funds only the feasibility analysis and not the establishment of a trust, it's important to explain what is a housing trust. Housing trusts typically operate in one of two ways: as a funding entity or as an active initiator of projects, or sometimes both. The activities of the AHA and the ACHC are similar to those of a housing trust, as they provide homeownership assistance, pre-development costs for affordable housing projects, and also the purchase, rehab, rental of affordable units. Using the borrowing power of the town and of funding from the state, the trust would purchase naturally affordable units like condos when they are put on the market. After rehabbing those units, meeting the requirements of the Department of Housing and Community Development for inclusion in the subsidized housing inventory, the trust would deed restrict them to remain affordable in perpetuity and either rent or sell them to income-qualified households. If rented, the trust would be responsible for maintenance and management. A housing trust focused solely on rehab would nicely complement the efforts of the AHA and ACHC. There would be some overlap and mutual support, as happens now with those entities. I just want to add, the proposed amount of money is very small, but it needs to come from the town, so that's the purpose of this citizens petition, and we hope you will support it.
So just to answer the questions, why rehab and why now? There was broad public support during the 2020 HPP update process for rehabbing the existing naturally affordable units and deed restricting them to be added to the SHI. The result was an emphasis on rehab in the #1 goal of the approved HPP. Strategy 2 specifically is conduct a study to consider establishing and funding a program with the Acton Housing Authority to acquire condominiums and apartment buildings to create affordable rental units. Our proposed feasibility study could satisfy Strategy 2, and if established, a rehab trust could work independently from or collaboratively with the AHA. Consideration of the creation of a rehab housing trust was one of the short-term goals established by this board last August. This is in alignment with the 2022 timeline charted in the updated HPP. We need to act now to be in a position to purchase units as they become available and while they are still affordable. Prices have only increased since the Regional Housing Office's analysis, showing an average of 40 units per year are sold in Acton for under $200,000. Likewise, when landlords sell condos or apartment buildings, the town should be positioned to protect Acton renters from eviction. New building projects that are heavily subsidized can take years to make it through the funding cycle and permitting process, and the cost per new unit is high. Rehab can be quicker and less expensive than building new. And finally, Acton's Climate Emergency Declaration and the Climate Action Plan calls for the reuse of existing buildings to meet climate goals. The greenest building is the one that is already built. Many of Acton's older condos, apartments, and small homes need better insulation, energy-efficient appliances, and updated or electrified heating and cooling systems. New construction generates significant greenhouse gas emissions and puts a strain on natural resources, especially when buildings are demolished where new construction is planned. Even when new buildings are more energy efficient, it takes decades to overcome the negative impacts of new construction.
Time's up.
So this is what the funding provides, and we urge you to support the petition.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions from the board? So I just wanted to confirm, you guys actually said slightly different things about who might administer if you had rentals. I mean, both the A was mentioned as a possible, manager of the rentals, and the trust was mentioned as a possible. So that I want to confirm that that's not in this article, right? I read the article, and I don't see, you're just proposing these are possible outcomes.
Yeah, so those would be two different strategies, and that would be something that the feasibility study, we hope, would illuminate, but we also need the select board to direct town council to look into whether or not it's legal for the housing trust to operate as an entity of the town, or if it needs to be a separate legal entity like the Acton Housing Authority, or if the Acton Housing Authority would need to be the administrator of the program. So there are some legal issues to work out, but the feasibility analysis in conjunction with that legal memo would let us know what is the best plan forward for the town.
Understood, thank you. Other questions? Dean?
So, as I recall, your petition asked for $2,500. First off, is that going to be enough money? And secondly, would that $2,500 also include the cost of sending this whole thing for analysis by town council, which I expect will burn through money rather quickly?
So this doesn't include town council costs, no. But the $2,500 is a figure that we got from a consultant who does this work and who is currently doing this work in AIR. So it's a colleague of someone who works on affordable housing in Acton, and this number came from that consultant.
Yeah, just to add, it's a very small number, but it's a very important first step. If a feasibility study shows that this doesn't make sense and there's no point doing anything else. So for a small amount of money, at least we established that this is feasible from the fundamental points that need to be covered. The legal issues are next. If this comes up with a positive answer, then yes, there's a lot more to do. But this needs to be done first for a very small amount of money.
Thank you. Other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next item is Article 53, non-binding resolution protecting Acton's potable water.
Thank you. Okay. Oops. Oh, wait, this is it, okay. I got the wrong one. This is the tree clearing limits one. Can we? It would be.
This should be 53. I don't know if they're numbered properly here.
I have some dyslexia, so it's really hard for me to. I don't see it on here. You what?
She didn't receive a
Okay,
presentation,
so
you can just talk.
You'll get to see the wonderful graphics on the video that's going to get created later this week. This is a non-binding resolution for town meeting voters to decide yes or no. Do we believe protecting Acton's potable water should be a higher priority than promoting or encouraging additional uses? The answer seems obvious, right? Water is life, so why bother with this decision? Why would anyone think that drinking water is less important than, well, just about anything? Why would town officials permit land uses which would jeopardize our drinking water? I'm not here to tell you if they would or they wouldn't. I'm here because sometimes it's important for a governing body to set priorities so that competing interests in the town understand those priorities. I'm here because I'm worried that different departments, committees, and other organizational silos may not be paying attention to local water experts who are concerned about how the town is permitting or facilitating different uses of land for development. I'm here because I'm concerned that protecting the drinking water hasn't been prioritized over other projects like helping developers expand the amount of water they're using. We know that water is limited, both in what the aquifer can safely yield and what the pumps can safely pump. But the decision today isn't about quantity. The decision today is whether we want to let officials know that we want to make sure to prioritize the protection of drinking water over other town goals like intensifying land uses by developers. The decision today is whether keeping your drinking water safe is more important than just about any other goal relative to water. A significant water study is underway in Acton. The study is focused on expanding the wastewater systems to serve intensified land uses like restaurants, gyms, etc. We all want that, right? But are we willing to sacrifice our drinking water's quantity and quality to get these new restaurants? I don't. I hope you'll join me in letting our town officials know that water quality and quantity studies should not be an afterthought or an optional part of the wastewater study. Drinking water study should be a higher priority than expanding uses. In 2017, about 5 years ago, town meeting voted almost unanimously to direct the select board to engage in studies that help us ensure the protection of Acton's drinking water. You can read the resolution when you get the presentation. This year, officials voted to spend $300,000. Kim wrote to me today and said that that might have been different, on the ARPA money on sewer/wastewater study to facilitate development on Great Road. There's been a request for proposal, I guess it's a quote, request for quote, issued to find a consultant to study the wastewater needs for Great Road development. But what about the drinking water study? The Acton Water District pumps, filters, and delivers water. It does not make land use decisions like how much growth or what type of growth. The town is different and separate from the Acton Water District. The town has to do its own water planning as it relates to land use, like Concord and other towns do. But the $40,000 currently budgeted for the water study is a small fraction of what the local water experts say is required to get the job done. There are millions of dollars in unspent ARPA money. Why not prioritize drinking water over developer infrastructure? Please join me in sending the message that more should be invested in protecting Acton's drinking water. As a reminder, this is a non-binding article. If passed, it does not change law. A yes vote would simply send a message to local officials that you want protecting your drinking water to be a higher priority than helping developers. Thank you.
Questions from the board? My only question is, did you work with any boards or committees or the water district on this?
Well, I showed it to several officials and got comments from several officials. I'm not sure if I'm,
But not a board or committee or the water district?
Okay, I urged the Water Resources Advisory Committee that I said that I had been at select board meetings and that the ARPA money was that there was nobody, asking, except for me, asking for more of the ARPA money to be spent on the water study because the $40,000, the RAC people had said that it's a fraction of what's needed. But then they said that they got visits from town officials that urged them to, or said that there was no political will, I guess, to, I would have to look at the minutes to see what were really said. But so this was to see whether the political will does actually exist to spend more money on the water study that the water experts and the RAC think that they need, or we need to do, to be responsible.
And who are these water experts?
Well, Iraq is full of a couple. There's like, do you want me to start naming names? I guess I'll start naming names.
We know the people in Iraq. I just didn't know what you were saying when you mentioned.
Yeah, so Water
You mean
Resource
the people
Advisory
in
Committee and the Green Acton Water Committee. These folks know a lot about water, and also the Acton Water District. I think that the commissioners there would be interested in seeing more land use, more.
You're saying what you think they would do. I'm not asking that, right?
Oh.
I'm asking, you say you've spoken to water experts. I'm trying to find out who that is. It
Oh,
sounds
yes.
like it's the people on RAC.
And the Water District, commissioners.
And the water district commissioners.
Well, Erica, she's she
I know Erica.
works in
So
this world.
they support this as well?
Well, I haven't asked them to support it, but, so I guess you'd have to ask them specifically. I gave them the presentation, they sent back comments, they never said, this is horrible.
You're kind of implying here that these water experts support this, and they may or may not support this.
Okay, I didn't, what I said is that the water experts say that the $40,000 that's budgeted is a small fraction of what is required, that's loaded all over the RAC minutes. It's not something that I had to ask them for.
But people from the water district don't say that, right? So anyway, I understand.
The water district? I can ask them if they think the $40,000 is enough.
I don't need you to ask them, but you're kind of saying something here which is not fully connected. Other questions from the board? Okay, we'll move on to item 54, land and tree clearing limits bylaw.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. State law allows town meeting to enact limits on land and/or tree clearing. In bringing such bylaws forward, the Select Board should consider impacts to equity, climate, and water protection. Why is it important to limit land and tree clearing? Oh, next slide. Trees cool and clean our air. They clean our water. Tree clearing can be devastating to biosystem, our air, to water, to the neighbors. Trees protect the air, both storing carbon and generating oxygen, protect our water by helping recharge aquifers and filter toxins and reduce runoff. And trees, as we know, contribute to mental health. What type of land and tree clearing do we seek to limit? Here is a picture taken a few days ago of the type of tree clearing that we seek to prevent. This is Fly Fletcher Court down in South Acton. With land and our tree clearing limits, the damage would have been much less. There is concern that there's too much clear cutting. Our petition seeks to inform the Select Board whether town meeting would like to do something about it. If passed, this article would call for the Select Board to help prepare a warrant article which, if passed, would enact tree and/or land clearing limits in Acton. A group of volunteers has offered to work to find consensus on a warrant article that, if passed, would limit land and/or tree clearing in Acton. But the volunteers don't have the professional skills to draft such a warrant article, so we need the Select Board to authorize Town Council to help construct it. We'll then modify the language of the draft article until there's enough consensus to bring it to town meeting. It is easy to understand why limiting land and tree clearing is good for the environment. It's more complicated to understand why it's fiscally prudent. It's fiscally prudent. Trees add value to the community. Limiting unaffordable building helps reduce pressure on the town's budget. It helps protect against negative neighborhood home value impacts. It helps reduce mental health costs, both physical and mental, and ask the neighbors who live next to a clear-cut land. There are various methods. One is to place a limit as to the percentage of the land that can be cleared. Another is to create a buffer or tree yard around the edges of a property where clearing is not allowed. Third is to require a tree-by-tree removal permit for each tree. The list goes on. The first method is perhaps the simplest, is to limit the percentage of land that can be cleared. The developer would choose which part of the land. Another method, like that enacted in Concord, Mass., is to enact a buffer around the property where tree clearing is banned. There is a long list of methods, seemingly a different one for each town we looked at. This is the Fletcher Court project again. The picture on the right is a simulation of what the view from the street might have looked at if there had been tree clearing limits on the land. I'll leave you with a partial list of benefits. We could have listed more if we had more time. We encourage you to visit with the group who wants to enact tree and land clearing limits to learn more. And we urge you to vote yes to ask the Select Board to bring land clearing limits to town meeting for you to vote on.
Thank you. Any questions? No?
Tara, do you have an intuition so far about which of these approaches is going to, be the most effective?
I like number one. I don't like a lot of bureaucracy. Mm-hmm. It's like you say the percentage and then you look at the plan, you measure the percentage, it either meets it or doesn't. Concord has this really complicated 10-page, 20-page thing that you have to have a special tree officer. All due respect, we have, we need jobs for tree wardens too, but now you have to go out there and look at each tree and measure each tree and permit each tree. And some people are saying that people are violating it and they don't have enough people to enforce it. So I'm open to anything. I just want tree clearing limits and land clearing limits. And if the DRB, these guys are looking at these ideas, Dean's working with them. If they come up with something they like, I'm good with that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, the last one is the last one for me anyways, is the planning board.
Limiting negative impacts of unaffordable growth.
Yes. All right. Thank you for the opportunity to speak about planning. I'm here to ask for your support to send the Acton Planning Board the message that it should be more proactive in limiting the negative impacts of unaffordable growth. Responsibilities of planning boards include studying resources and needs, particularly conditions affecting public welfare and safety related to land use and development, Following the master plan related to processes to plan and make recommendations for land use with special attention to proper housing of its inhabitants, overseeing subdivisions and administration of subdivision bylaw, along with numerous special permits required by town's zoning bylaws to ensure they meet the goals of the master plan, writing zoning bylaws and proposing changes that must be approved by town meeting. When a planning board is not proactive, developers decide what happens. And you can see this sign here. The sign maker was not very proactive. You can see the planning is down the side of the building. Okay, a lot of people didn't notice that at first. All right, ha. Wait for laughing. All right, so this results in unnecessary destruction of land, depressed neighborhood property values, reduced affordability, and negative impacts on the environment and human and animal health. What happens when it's not proactive? It is reactive, much like the sign planner, as we say. In the next slides, I share with you specific legal guidance relative to land use, which is the primary responsibility of the planning board. Per state law, planning boards are supposed to, and I quote the statute which authorizes planning boards to exist. They are supposed to make careful studies and, when necessary, prepare plans of resources, possibilities, and needs of the town. The Acton Master Plan is over 10 years old. This is one of the things the planning board is supposed to do, updating the master plan every 10 years. It takes 2 or 3 years to update such a plan. I know it's in the budget, but it's still not started. Anyway, the existing master plan's executive summary, the first priority listed is to preserve the rural and historic characteristics of the town, and it calls for Acton to maximize open space and minimize developed land, and I'll just put a plug in for land clearing is an easy way to, instead of buying the land, we can just prevent clearing. Acton's climate emergency declaration calls for Acton to protect trees, forests, and other open spaces because of their ability to draw carbon out of the atmosphere and store it. The planning board could be using local law to do more of what state law, the master plan, and the climate emergency declaration call for it to do. Acton loses 40 to 50 acres a year, some years much, much more, while housing insecurity increases. I hope you stand with me to call on the Acton Planning Board to be more proactive in using the authority it has to reduce the amount of land destroyed, minimize the burden on town infrastructure, ensure environmental justice and affordability, reduce the carbon impact of new building, and protect water, biodiversity, historical and archaeological relics. In summary, protect the built and natural environment. What tools does the planning board have to limit the negative impacts of development? They can both propose zoning bylaw recommendations to town meeting on its own, and it can recommend Acton bylaw changes to the select board. The planning board is able to change subdivision rules and regulations with the majority vote of its own board. It can conduct public studies and prepare recommendations on how to reduce the negative impacts of growth. I hope you will, I hope you'll join me in asking the Acton Planning Board to be more proactive in limiting the negative impacts of unaffordable growth by presenting proposed zoning and/or bylaw changes for subsequent town meetings to vote on, starting with 2023 town meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Number 56, non-binding resolution mobilizing Acton's climate action plan.
Thank you, all you intrepid people, for hanging in here at this hour.
We still have a ways to go.
I know you do, I'm so sorry. Okay, so I just hit this little arrow to make this thing go forward, right? Cool, thank you. All right, I'm Deborah Symes. I'm here on behalf of the Acton Climate Coalition, which brought the citizens petition, Article 55. The coalition will ask town meeting to continue the considerable momentum in town for bold action to address the climate emergency by supporting this article. It is a non-binding resolution that identifies the climate stakes, points to the considerable work ahead, celebrates Acton's progress, and asks town meeting members to rally behind implementation of the coming climate action plan. We ask the select board to support Article 55. Acton is clearly concerned about our warming planet. In 2020 town meeting, as you've heard before tonight, passed nearly unanimously a declaration of the climate emergency. As we meet here today, the need for ambitious action could not be more urgent. In recognition of both the emergency and the urgency, the town is developing a climate action plan, which has involved input from many Acton residents, town staff, boards and committees, consultants, businesses, and local civic groups. The latest climate report from the IPCC is pretty brutal in its conclusion. We must reduce fossil fuel emissions dramatically in the next 8 years to avoid what UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres calls a fast track to climate disaster. Acton's net zero by 2030 target responds to this time frame. Greenhouse gas emissions come from a variety of sources. In Acton, transportation, heating and cooling of homes and other buildings, and generation of electricity represent the largest sources. Acton's Climate Action Plan will feature strategies to address each of these emission sectors. The solutions for emissions reduction are available right now. We can get the biggest emissions bang for our buck through energy efficiency and conservation, electrifying everything we possibly can, moving rapidly to renewably sourced electricity, such as through Acton Power Choice Green, sustainable management practices that help our soils grab and hold carbon, and protecting and increasing trees and other biomass in town. Acton is already a climate leader, as you know. You got that award. Our municipality, school district, and water district have modeled the future in multiple initiatives. Increased renewable electricity through Acton Power Choice, non-fossil fuel heating and cooling in new building projects, such as the North Acton Fire Station and the new Douglas Gates building projects. School building, Douglas Gates School building, the beginning conversion of municipal fleet vehicles to EVs and hybrids, and open space protection, among others. And of course, individual households have taken steps to reduce their own carbon footprints. Amplified progress at a town-wide scale rests on our ability to mobilize the Climate Action Plan quickly and vigorously. Moving our town toward its goals will require effort and time and resources. This article emphasizes the importance of finding funding from federal and state resources, foundations, and other nonprofits and public-private partnerships. The town will need to extend its work with a variety of partners, some of whom you see on the slide there, in an ambitious effort to find resources to support some of the bigger tasks that lie ahead, such as retrofits that move buildings from fossil fuel systems to electric ones. Article 55 also underscores the importance of equity in our transition to a low-carbon economy and way of life. Multiple programs and incentives exist in the energy and climate sector now, and more are coming. The article asks the town to take an active role in informing Actonians about these opportunities and supporting people in taking action. In the 2 years since our climate emergency declaration, climate impacts have become more obvious and more serious, including right here in town. Only near-term and deep emissions reductions will allow us to avoid many of the worst climate change impacts, but the window for such action is extremely short. We ask that Acton do its part to achieve these reductions over the next 8 years, 8+ years really. Our community has an incredible opportunity to help turn around this climate crisis.
1 minute.
Oh, I'm gonna end early, I'm so psyched.
That's okay.
With Article 55, town meeting members can reiterate their 2020 call to all of Acton to join together in this unprecedented moment for humanity. I just want to let that sink in. We can make bold progress toward a thriving, low-carbon, and equitable economy that will yield myriad benefits for health, quality of life, and restored environment for generations to come. A better future starting now. Please vote yes on this article. Thank you.
Questions? I have 2 quick questions.
Yes.
Hopefully quick. And please make them quick. If they're too long, you don't respond.
How quick are the answers? Yes.
Does this article mainly underscore what we're doing as part of the Climate Action Plan, or does it request something specific that's not in the Climate Action Plan?
The only thing that I'm aware of, and Jim, if I'm, you can help out here too. The only thing I'm aware of, it's actually in the plan as well, is that it also said, the language of the article itself also says, hey, we need to look at this every year. The select board needs to set goals that are consistent with our climate targets.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what was I going to have? Has the Green Advisory Board commented on your article?
Have they?
Yes, I was happy to be there at their meeting today, and they
good.
approved a letter of support for this warrant article.
Okay.
Okay.
Great. Thank
Good
you very
news.
much.
Okay, thank you.
And finally, Article 57, non-binding resolution changing the state flag and seal. And we'll have to admit somebody. Could you?
That would be Lindsay Hurley?
She's on.
I am on, I'm here, I'm on Zoom. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. I don't know if anybody has read this. I don't know if I need to read the whole thing. It's kind of long, but if you'd like me to, I will. But basically,
I would prefer you just summarize it and give the key points.
Okay, so the state did pass a resolution 2 years ago to change the state flag because it's pretty representative of oppression of the Native Americans. The idea of a broadsword hanging over the head of a Native American has been offensive to that community for many years. So there's been an effort to change the state flag and state seal. And the state did pass a resolution to change it, and then COVID came. And a commission was set up to work on it, but when COVID hit, everything changed and everything got dropped and let go. And since that time, nothing has come forward to get to work on this resolution. So many of the states, towns and cities around the state have been just calling these forward to ask the state to get moving on this. This is important and is something we need to continue our efforts on, and like a kick in the butt to the state to please move forward and do what you said you would do. So that's all it's asking the town to join in. There are 42 other towns in Massachusetts that have passed similar resolutions, and I would like my town to be included in that.
Thank you, and sorry you had to be last. Any questions from any member of the board? Seeing none, thank you very much, Lindsay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, now we'll begin the kind of the warrant from the top. As I mentioned in the beginning, along with the town manager, I took a shot at putting in the select board member assigned to each one of these. As we go through them, if you'd like to make a change, just bring it up at that time. So the first thing I'd like to do, to hopefully save a little time, I'd like to use the same technique that we use at town meeting for the consent articles. So I'm going to read the consent articles, and if you'd like to discuss one in more detail, just say hold. Otherwise, we'll vote on recommending all the consent articles together. So I'm just going to quickly read them again. If you want to discuss one, say hold. 1, choose town officers. 2, hear and accept reports. 3, budget transfer. 12, accept street and layout, Main Street, Kelly's Corner. 13, accept general bylaws, amend general bylaws, annual town election and town meeting dates. 14, amend general bylaws, department revolving funds, stormwater. 15, amend zoning bylaw, floodplain overlay district.
Let's hold that one.
16, amend a zoning bylaw, terminology of the select board. 17, amend zoning bylaw correction to the solar installation cross-reference. 18, accept legislation, payments via direct deposit. 19, land lease, 20 Maple Street, Coet Simone conservation land. 20, accept gifts of land and easement, 180 Newtown Road, open space. 21, home rule petition, bidding requirements exemption, Acton Housing Authority. 22, home rule petition, public safety residency radius requirement. 23, authorize collective bargaining agreements. I'm going to skip because I think we're not ready for any of them. So I'm going to skip 23 through 26. We won't do those tonight. 27, commuter lot and station maintenance. 28, septic disposal and enterprise budget. 29, transfer station and recycling enterprise budget. 30, sewer enterprise budget. 31, ambulance enterprise budget. 32, transportation enterprise budget. 33, revolving funds budgets. 34, authorize easements. 35, highway reimbursement program, Chapter 90. 36, insurance proceeds. 37, gifts or grants. I'd like to hold that one. 38, federal and state reimbursement aid. 39, performance bonds. And 40, sale or foreclosed properties. Okay, so I will take a motion to recommend warrant articles 1 through 3, 12 through 14, 16 through 22, 27 through 36, and 38 through 40.
So moved.
Second.
Yeah.
Okay, so I heard Fran first, so Dean moves, Fran seconds. I'm going to assume no discussion since we didn't hold them, and Jim, would you call the roll, please?
Sure. On recommending all these various consent items. Himija.
Aye.
Fran.
Aye.
Dean.
Aye.
Jim says aye. And David?
Aye.
Okay, that's unanimous.
Well, we're halfway through, that's great. Okay, the two that we held, Article 15, amend zoning bylaw floodplain overlay district, Jim.
I'm not proposing that we not recommend this one, but I do see that my name is next to it, and so I might be asked to sort of represent the sense of the board or any concerns they have about this one. So I would love to hear from board members about any questions or concerns they have about this particular warrant article, if there are any.
So I don't have any concern. I know that there has been concerns about what the maps are. My understanding is the maps have not changed. They're just, they're updated dates with no change in the map, and it's something that, we're required to do by FEMA. So that's all I know.
Okay. In preparing a possible presentation for this, I will research more deeply the question of maps and the question of, why are we compelled to do this at this time, so that I can speak coherently on those topics.
Great. And gifts or grants, which is item 37, I'd like to move that we remove that from the warrant. If someone would second that, and then we can discuss it.
Second.
Okay, I moved and Fran seconded. So we've reviewed this with town council. It's not necessary that we do this. The select board vote to accept a gift or grant is enough. And that's according to state law. And I think we included in, if not, I can get this to you, the specific state law that it doesn't require us to do this.
Mm-hmm. My only request is that we not renumber everything from 38 on for all the people that have prepared presentations with numbers in them. We can do that, Mark?
Yeah.
So, and as a general question, does that mean that these numbers really are going to stay the same?
We can delete Article 37 and just say this is space intentionally left blank or something like that, and move on to 38.
Thank you.
Okay, if there's no more discussion, Jim, would you call the roll on removing Article 37?
Okay, on removing Article 37, Himija.
Aye.
Fran.
Aye.
Dean.
Aye.
David.
Aye.
Jim says aye. That's unanimous.
Okay, and I want to reiterate that, my name is against, Jim is a few, but my name is against most of the consent articles, just because we don't normally need to say anything. There's not a voice recommendation at a town meeting or anything. So, but if someone has a particular interest in taking one of those, that's also fine. So now I'll start at the top. with the first non-consent article, the town operating budget. Of course, we've already approved that. And it's also been approved by the ALG process. Any concerns? And if no concerns, I would take a motion to recommend Article 4.
So moved?
Second. Jim, would you call the roll, please?
Yes, on Article 4, Himija.
Aye.
Fran.
Aye.
Dean.
Aye.
David.
Aye.
Jim. Unanimous. That was fast. That's good.
Well, we gotta do the fast. That's good. Article 5, Town Capital Infrastructure Vehicles and Studies. We've also approved the capital plan already. Any further discussion or comments? I will take a motion to approve recommend Article 5 to town meeting.
So, second.
Moved and seconded. Jim, please call the roll.
Article 5, Himija.
Aye.
Fran.
Aye.
Dean.
Aye.
David.
Aye.
Jim, aye.
Article 6, Town Capital Infrastructure Design and Construction. This is the capital items that we are borrowing to do, as opposed to spending them out of the budget. And so, again, we've gone over these already. Any additional comments on capital? I would take a motion to recommend Article 6.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Jim, would you call the roll, please?
Yes. On Article 6, Himija.
Aye.
Fran.
Aye.
Dean.
Aye.
David.
Aye.
Jim says aye as well. That's unanimous.
Article 7 is the AB Regional School District assessment. We've gone over these numbers from the ALG process. Any further comment on those? I take a motion to approve Article 7. So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Jim, would you call the roll, please?
Yes. Article 7, Himija.
Aye.
Fran.
Aye.
Dean.
Aye.
David.
Aye.
Jim, unanimous.
Article 8 is, and just to confirm with everyone, because we go over this, this is also in the ALG process, but this is $2,841,323 for the Minuteman Regional School, singular. Any further discussion on that? I'll take a motion to recommend Article 8.
So moved.
Second, please.
Second, yeah.
Jim, would you call the roll?
Yeah. On Article 8, Himija.
Aye.
Fran.
Aye.
Dean.
Aye.
David.
Aye.
Jim, yay.
Okay, how would people like to do the CPC ones? Would you like to do it all at once, or would you like me to read them and giving people a chance to hold?
I'm not planning to hold any of them.
Is anybody planning to hold any? Imogen, are you planning to hold? And Fran?
Nope.
Dean? Well, you better not. Okay, so we'll do them all at once then. I'll take a motion to recommend Article 9. So moved.
Second.
Okay, Dean moves, Fran seconds. Jim, would you call the roll, please?
With happiness. Fran.
Aye.
Himija.
Aye.
Dean.
Aye.
David.
Aye.
Jim says aye. That's unanimous.
The archaeological bylaw, the Historic Commission presented that to us at our last meeting. Since then, they've made a small change regarding the effective date, just explicitly stating in there, they sent us an email to this effect, that they changed the effective date in the bylaw to July 1st, and they also said to update the maps would require a joint approval by both the Select Board and the Historical Commission. Other than that, is what we heard last time. So is there any further discussion on that? And we voted at that time to put it in the warrant. So I'll take a motion to recommend Article 10.
Second.
Well, someone has to.
Oh, sure.
Oh, so, sorry.
After you. It's your article.
So moved.
I'll second.
Okay, Fran moves and Jim seconds, and Jim, would you call the roll, please?
Yes, Himija,
Aye.
Fran,
Aye.
Dean,
Aye.
David,
Aye.
Jim, aye.
Article 11, accepting Community Lane. Any discussion on that? I'll take a motion to recommend Article 11.
So moved.
Second, please.
Second.
Dean moves, Jim seconds. Jim, would you call the roll, please?
Yes, on Article 11, Himija,
Aye.
Fran,
Aye.
Dean,
Aye.
David,
Aye.
Jim, aye. Unanimous.
Okay, as we hit, we're now down at Article 41. As we. hit-
Just a point of order. I suppose we should actually formally vote to recommend 15?
Oh, you're,
We had a discussion about it. We didn't conclude that with an actual vote.
sure, sorry.
I'm sorry, too.
No, so I would take a motion to recommend Article 15.
So moved.
Second.
Jim, would you call the roll, please?
Article 15, Himija,
Aye.
Fran,
Aye.
Dean,
Aye.
David,
Aye.
Jim is aye. That's unanimous.
Okay, for these, starting at Article 41, first of all, we should identify, as we go through, either before or after, one of us assigned to represent our position at town meeting. And for each of these, the person assigned, if they feel that they need slides to represent the town's position, you can work with the manager's office to do that, or make slides on your own, or you can just stand up and say, the board voted to recommend or not recommend this article because of X, Y, and Z. Okay, so the first thing, elected planning board members. Is there a member who would like to be assigned to this?
Jim, let's rock, paper, scissors.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Fine.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. You can take the next one.
So the other thing is that if you think it's better that we make the decision on who's assigned after, that's also okay, right? I don't know whether that.
Hurried.
Is there any discussion on whether to recommend an elected planning board? Jim?
I wanted us to consider the notion of making no recommendation, that is not recommending against it or recommending for it. So just leave it very clearly in the hands of town meeting.
Okay, we'll get to that at the end. Other discussion? Himija?
Yeah, I'm okay with either voting for recommending it or keeping our stance neutral. I think either should be okay for me.
Okay, I feel this was asked and answered last year, and I really don't like the second bite at the apple. It's one thing, the tree clearing law also had an analog, but that was 3 years ago, I think. So that's different. I think it's wrong to ask town meeting again every year to do this. I know that people have specifically recommended or asked me about when the select board makes a decision whether we're going to ask them again and again at town meeting, right? So I think that's just not a good thing, and we should wait a few years before we do that. So I would like to vote to not recommend, but I'm happy to take a motion from anybody. Either, it sounds like the motions are to, no one has spoken in favor, I think, so.
Yeah, and I also agree with Himija in that the vote was so close last year that I thought maybe with some outreach and education that, I don't know, we can educate the town.
Okay, so I'll take any motion anybody wants to make on this, to recommend, not recommend, or make no recommendation. Dean?
I move that we not recommend.
So the motion on the floor is to not recommend. If this doesn't pass, we'll do something else, right? So is there a second? I'll second. So the motion's been made and seconded. Jim, would you call the roll, please?
Yes, on not recommending Article 41, Himija.
Nay.
Fran?
She said nay.
That was a nay.
That was a nay, sorry.
Yeah. Very close, yeah.
Another nay.
Dean?
Yay.
David?
Aye.
Jim says nay. The
Okay.
motion fails 2-3.
Okay, I'll take another motion.
I
Two
would.
more choices.
Yeah.
Either make no recommendation.
Yeah, I move we make no recommendation.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, so Jim moves and Himija seconds. Jim, would you call the roll, please?
Okay, on the notion of making no recommendation, Himija.
Aye.
Fran?
Aye.
Dean?
Aye.
David?
Aye.
Jim? Aye, that's unanimous.
Okay, Article 42. I'm not sure even how to do these. Well, I guess we'll just move them one at a time like any other article. So Article 42, this is the PCRC version 1. Anybody have a discussion point? Yes. Dean.
I think that we should hold off on any recommendation on this until we hear from the planning board. And I know planning staff has not completed their analysis of this and some background information. So I know it's late in the effort, but I think it probably should go without any recommendation at all to town meeting.
Okay, so what we can do, and this was another choice, is we can just skip these two, which means the warrant will say recommendation deferred, and then we can vote it again on May 9th, which is our next meeting, and then just announce that recommendation at town meeting. So in the warrant, our recommendation won't be printed because there's just not time. So is it the sense of the board that we just want to skip for now, Articles 42 and 43? Mm-hmm. Okay, we don't need to vote for that.
Yeah, I just wanted to confirm with Mark or John that that's how it would be represented on the warrant, would be deferred if we don't.
That's correct. It will just
Great.
show it's deferred.
Very comfy with that. Thank you.
42 and 43. The zoning map, 32 Weatherby Street. Dean.
I would recommend this, and I would move that the recommendation from the select board be included in the warrant.
Okay, so we vote to recommend, okay. I'll take a second, then a little more discussion if people have it. First, since we have a motion on the floor, I'd just like a second, and then we can discuss it.
Second.
Okay, so Dean moved to recommend, Fran seconded. Now we'll just continue with the discussion.
The proponent noted that to get this even discussed at town meeting requires an affirmative vote to recommend from the planning board. They've heard the presentation, they haven't had their vote yet. So I'm wondering if my inclination would be to leave this in the same category as 42 and 43 to wait for the planning board's vote.
Okay, let's finish our discussion, but if we want to do that and everybody agrees, then Dean can withdraw his motion and we be recommendation deferred. I'm happy to wait, but I'm also happy to say in this one, I feel like I have more information and able to, because our recommendation can be separate than the planning board's, but I'm also happy to say recommendation deferred if that's the sense of the board. Anybody?
I'm sorry.
No, please go ahead.
I always feel like I give people a jump scare. I would vote for deferring. I think that, or even if we vote contingent on like a planning board approval, I don't know, but I think that maybe the best thing to do is to defer it. At least that's what I think.
Okay, Dean, do you want to go forward or you want to withdraw your motion?
I'd go forward with the recommendation.
Okay, so we will vote. It's been made and seconded. And then if this doesn't pass, then we decide what we do next. So Jim, would you call the roll on recommending Article 44?
Sure. I'm recommending Article 44. Himija.
Abstain.
Okay, cool. I get to count votes differently.
That's my first abstain I've done.
Yeah, go for it. Fran.
Aye.
Dean.
Aye.
David.
Aye.
Jim, nay. Let's see, so by my count, that's 3 people voted aye and 1 person voted nay. And then there was that other vote, which is an abstention. So the motion passes.
Okay. So we recommend Article 44. Article
And
40.
I would be willing to represent our confusing conversation at town meeting, if that's helpful.
Oh, okay, so you're already on this one. Actually.
Oh, I thought it said
Sorry.
TBD.
No, you're right. Sorry about that. And you know what? I'm going to back up just for a second, and because I think in the meantime we need one of us to be the focal point for like the planning board for Articles 42, 43, and 42 and 43. Jim, do you also want those?
That would make sense. They're planning related.
Okay, so Jim is assigned to Articles 41 through 44.
And I will not be making slides, just so, you know, Mark and John don't have to hustle to make slides for this.
Okay. I know there may be somebody else who wants to ask the moderator to speak with another point of view on that article. I have no inside information on that. I'm just saying that that's possible for this kind of article. 45, non-conforming structures in historic districts. Is Jim the right person here, or Fran, would that be better for you?
I was going to steal it back from him.
Great.
Okay, so we're going to switch Article 45 from Jim to Fran. And any discussion on this?
I can just say I heard the presentation in front of the planning board, and the questions were all about little details, and they seem to be, you know, leaning in favor of it.
Yeah, and I think it's a very reasonable thing. Basically, it allows structures to be built where they were before,
Originally,
if they
yeah.
violate current zoning. So I would take a motion to recommend Article 45.
So moved?
Second.
Okay, so Jim moves, Fran seconds. Jim, would you call the roll, please?
Yes, on 45, Himija.
Aye.
Fran.
Aye.
Dean.
Aye.
David.
Aye.
Jim, aye. Unanimous.
Himiji, did you say aye or nay?
She did say.
I said aye.
Oh, okay, sorry. I thought it was 4-1, sorry. The next one, accessory apartments, Article 46. Any discussion on that? The planning department seems to have done, you know, I saw their presentation. I think their changes are good. I would take a motion to recommend Article 46.
So moved?
Second.
So Jim moves, Dean seconds. Jim, would you call the roll, please?
Yeah, on 46, Himija.
Aye.
Fran.
Aye.
Dean.
Aye.
David.
Aye.
Jim, aye. That's unanimous.
Legal notice requirements, so John talked about this a bit in his manager report. This is to allow us, a home rule petition to allow us to do legal notices online. Any discussion?
No, it's great.
I would take a motion to recommend Article 47.
So moved?
Second.
So Jim moves, Dean seconds. Jim, would you call the roll, please?
Yeah, on 47, Himija.
Aye.
Fran.
Aye.
Dean.
Aye.
David.
Aye.
Jim says aye. And that's an item that's assigned to Himija. And I will say, stepping back, that for 46, I will want support in the form of slides.
Okay, 48, amend general bylaws, polystyrene and disposable plastic reduction. So we saw a presentation on this several meetings ago. Any further discussion? Someone want to move to recommend Article 48?
So moved. Oh, go ahead.
Imogen moves.
Yay!
I'm really excited about this.
Okay,
And someone second?
I will second.
So Imogen moves, Jim seconds. Jim, would you call the roll, please?
Yeah, on 48, Himija,
Aye.
Fran,
Aye.
Dean,
Aye.
David,
Aye.
Jim, aye, unanimous.
49, home rule petition, checkout bag minimum charge. Again, we saw a presentation on this. Any further discussion?
Yes.
Dean?
I think everyone received the memo from the Economic Development Committee recommending a no vote on this due to, additional cost, inconvenience for the merchants, and some uncertainties as far as things like how you account for sales tax and what have you. So I think I would recommend against this.
Okay, I'll give you a chance to make a motion in just a second. Just to clarify, I think the EDC's, I remember the EDC's biggest concern was competitively with other towns.
Right.
Right, because the money goes back to the merchant.
Right.
So they were concerned that Acton merchants would have a disadvantage compared to other towns. Other comments? Himija.
Yeah, I'll say very quickly. I think I'm in favor for this. I think that, it's a way for us to, again, similar to kind of what we've talked about, adhere to our sustainability plan. And like you said, the revenue would be going directly back to the merchants. So I think that in general, I would be in favor of this. And I think it's a good precedence moving forward.
So research does show that this kind of charge, even a small charge, is very effective at encouraging reusable bag use. But Dina, I'll give you a chance to make the motion of whatever you'd like to make.
I would move that the board not recommend Article 49, checkout bag minimum charge.
Is there a second? I don't hear a second. So, someone else want to make a motion?
I would move to recommend.
So Jim moves to recommend Article 49. Is there a second?
Second.
And Fran seconds. Jim, would you call the roll, please?
Yep, on Article 49, Himija,
Aye.
Fran,
Aye.
Dean,
Nay.
David,
Aye.
Jim. Aye, that's a 4-1 vote.
It is sometimes, by the way, and we should be clear in the minutes because it's helpful, when you're telling town meeting, you can say that the board voted unanimously to recommend this article, or just the board voted to recommend this article, because it sometimes makes a difference to the town meeting. Next one is the Woodlawn Mortuary Chapel. The use of that. Is there a member who would like to be assigned to that?
I can be assigned to this. I'm liaison to the Cemetery Commission, so I can try to do my best to represent this.
Okay, and just so you know, there are some slides. You can talk to the town manager about the slides. This would be, the proponent would make a presentation first, but if you wanted to just speak to it, that's fine, or if you want to make a presentation, you can do that. Any discussion on this from the presentation we saw today?
I'll confess to being a little confused about the role of this article in the context of there not being a CPA application that it would immediately impact. But I guess I do see it would be a way of having town meeting speak to the next round of process that presumably the Cemetery Commission and the CPC might be involved in about approving changes or not. So yeah, I guess it still has an important role.
If it was a select board article, we could move to take no action,
Mm-hmm.
but it's not our article, right? So, you know, we could move to amend it or something, but presumably Amber Clower will be making the motion. So I will say, in my looking at this and, you know, comparing what the plans were and what she's requesting, I don't think it's very far apart. I think there are some assumptions that were made and you know, I don't think there's very much to say. You know, I mean, there's not a lot of disagreement. Dean.
Yeah, I think from what we were able to tease out during the CPC process, I think there was concern that neither the descendants nor the cemetery commissioners were really involved in the design process. This was something that was more of an initiative by a couple of town staff folks. So I think, you know, these folks, I believe, are looking for a more inclusive process for the changes to the design of the interior of the building.
I think that probably would have happened, you know, before we, you know, I mean, the select board gets presented for any big project, so, you know, it would have been a chance for people to respond. But I agree with that, by the way. I'm not arguing with that. So what do we want to do here? Someone want to make a motion to recommend not defer?
I just had a question first. Since you are the Cemetery Commission rep, I wonder if you had perspective there about conversations there about this warrant article or what might happen with Woodlawn Chapel.
Yeah, so that's a very good question. I think that just based on the meetings I attended, speaking with the different cemetery commissioners, there definitely does seem to be two sides of the coin. There was definitely a lot of people, or there's definitely a few cemetery commission members, I should say, who felt that the cemetery commissioners weren't really involved in that process, and that was a concern. On the other side, there were people who did express that, you know, the cemetery commissioners had been involved, but because this project had been talked about over the span of several years, that it did go through several iterations of different cemetery commissioners. And so as a result, you know, there maybe could have been better communication, but that communication was there. So I did hear multiple sides to it. I also heard from town staff. I would recommend that we remain neutral, or we don't either recommend for or against it, just because I think that there are different perspectives to it. And I think that one of the values of this being at town meeting is that we will get a general town vote. And I think that that is going to be critical to seeing and using this to inform what that future direction should look like for this type of project. Because I think there's general consensus around that this should be a project that continues. But I think that there's differences in how that's approached, if that makes sense.
So if that's the consensus, I would take a motion to make no recommendation.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
So Jim moves and Fran seconds to make no recommendation on, sorry, just find it.
50.
Again, Article 50. Jim, would you call the roll, please?
Yeah, on Article 50, making no recommendation. Himija.
Aye.
Fran?
Aye.
Dean?
Aye.
David?
Aye.
Jim? Aye. That's unanimous.
So Himaj, still at town meeting, you might want to make a little presentation or statement saying what you just said about you think there's consensus for the whole, whatever you'd like to say there.
Yes, I will do that.
Okay. Article 51, electric vehicle charging for residents of multifamily dwellings. Jim, do you know if the Green Advisory Board has made a...
Yes, at that same meeting at 6 o'clock today, they approved a letter recommending this article.
Any other discussion on the part of the board? I think this is a good thing, and we have something I've talked about for a long time. And I think there are ways to support chargers. Even, I mean, we've heard issues with running additional electric lines and things like that, but you can actually you can solve that by putting a charge point station in your garage that you have to waive your key by, but it divides up the electricity, charges for you. So I think this is a good idea. I would take a motion to recommend Article 51.
So moved.
I'll second.
So Fran moves and Dean seconds. Jim, would you call the roll, please?
Yes, Himiger?
Aye.
Brian?
Aye.
Dean?
Aye.
David?
Aye.
Jim? Aye.
And is there a select board member who would like to take this?
Quite willing to.
Okay. Anybody want to arm wrestle Jim?
Jim seems like the right.
Article 52, Economic Feasibility Analysis of Affordable Housing Trust. Any discussion on this?
This one also confuses me. It was definitely a short-term goal of ours, and I wish I could, step back and understand why we didn't make more progress on this. But in the meantime, we would like to proceed with an analysis, and this is a motion, this is a warrant article that would do that. So I'm inclined to support it.
Other comments?
Same here. I think that just getting a feasibility study done, seeing if that can help guide us toward some sort of rehab trust or entity where that would lie is a good thing.
Yeah, I think there are huge questions here, just enormous questions as to, there are assumptions about that the trust would be refilled by rents or reselling the things. I mean, by rents, that doesn't work for the AHA, in terms of that they don't even make enough money to rehab their units from time to time. So, but I think this is a modest amount of money, and it's worth getting some facts and figures to talk about. I do have a little bit of also concern that they say, well, we have this modest amount of money to spend, and we have our friend over here at AIR who will take our money. So I don't think that's the right thing to do myself, but I don't mind spending the money on a consultant team.
Yeah, I think I'm very skeptical of the entire idea, but I think $2,500 is a small amount of money. There's certainly some diverse and unusual supporters in favor of this. And I agree with your issue, David, about the insider situation. So I would only specify that if it's $2,500, the consultant should be selected and approved by town manager or planning staff.
Oh, it would definitely be a contract from the town?
Yeah.
So, and so it would be the town manager would be spending this money. And also, just for everybody's information, effectively, since the budgets are already done, and we're at the limited proposition 2.5, this $2,500 comes out of free cash. Mm-hmm. Just so everyone knows. I just found that out today myself. So I would take a motion to approve an analysis of the Affordable Housing Trust.
So moved.
Second.
So Jim moves, Fran seconds. Jim, would you call the roll, please?
Yeah, on Article 52, recommending Himiger.
Aye.
Fran.
Aye.
Dean.
Aye.
David.
Aye.
Jim says aye. That's unanimous.
And I'm happy to
excellent.
do the honors.
So Fran is assigned to Article 52. Article 53, protecting Acton's potable water.
I find the language of the article benign and almost, as they said at the planning board, oh, this is like motherhood and apple pie. So I don't have a strong feeling. Wouldn't want to recommend against it. So I would either want to recommend or just let town meeting deal with it.
I would favor, at best, a no recommendation.
Yeah, I think we should not recommend this one. It sets up a false dichotomy, right? It's not one or the other, right? The development and stuff that we have doesn't affect. Our biggest water quality problem is PFAS, which is not caused by development. So, you know, I would favor being, not recommending this article. But I'll take a motion that anybody wants to make.
Sure, I'll start out with a motion that we make no recommendation.
Okay, is there a second? Hearing no second, is there another motion?
I'll move we not recommend.
I'll second that. Jim, would you call the roll, please?
Sure. On the question of not recommending Article 53. Imogen?
Sorry, we are not recommending this one?
That's the proposal to make no recommendation failed. Now we're on the proposal to not recommend.
I would have seconded the other motion. I'm so sorry. Of not recommending.
Of making no recommendation, or?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Well, we have this motion on the floor.
So we'll vote through this motion first. Okay.
Yeah.
So nay for against.
If this passes, it passes.
Yeah, okay. Nay for Himija for not recommending.
Mm-hmm.
Fran?
Nay.
Okay. Dean?
Aye.
David?
Aye.
Jim is nay.
Okay, I'll take another motion.
Okay. Let's try that again. The only other choice would be to go back possibly to making no recommendation.
I would take that motion again because there seems to have been a misunderstanding.
Okay. Okay, I'll make that motion.
And I happily second.
Okay.
So, Jim, would you call the roll on the motion to make no recommendation on
Yes.
Article 53?
Himija?
Aye.
Fran?
Aye.
Dean?
Aye.
David?
Aye.
Jim is also aye. We are unanimous on making no recommendation.
And member assigned? I could do this if people want.
Yeah, you could. Do you feel like you've heard enough from the rest of us about our, various pro and anti feelings to represent it? Okay.
Next one, Article 54, Land and Tree Clearing Limits Bylaw.
It seems like there have been some starts on researching what this bylaw might look like. The DRB had started looking into it. So I think it's fine to continue that process. So I would vote that we recommend this.
Same here.
I would observe that the research is ongoing on this, and I think this is really duplicating the effort that's already going on. And I really think that I would want to hear again from planning board and planning staff to see if they're the folks who are going to end up having to administer it. And I think that we really need to hear what they have to say. So I would think that we should do a deferral on this one until we hear something from the planning department.
That makes sense.
I think this is very open-ended at the moment and not well-developed. And I know it's not just a non-binding resolution, but it doesn't have enough information in it for me. It also hasn't involved, town boards to develop. So I would be, at best, as Dean says, defer or make no recommendation. So did I hear that the sense of the board is just to defer? In other words, we come back to this on May 9th? Okay,
That's
so
a good idea.
This
Yeah.
one is recommendation deferred. We don't have to vote on that. 55, limiting negative impacts of unaffordable growth. Jim, sorry.
Okay, so I'm personally in favor of the intention of this article. However, I think as the select board, our route to working with the planning board is not through town meeting. I think it would be, creating policies and plans and directions on our part to speak directly to the planning board, saying, gosh, Arun, now that we have a full, more full planning staff, let's do some planning. So I think we should not make a recommendation on this to town meeting and, let them weigh in on however strongly or not they feel about this.
I think for something like this, it's important for us to take a stand, right? If we don't take a stand on this, who's going to take a stand on it, right? I think in this case, again, this article, like the water one, sets up a false dichotomy, and it assumes facts not in evidence, right? It's just not. I don't see that it's correct in its assumptions. Just the wording of it and the wording of the beginning, makes assumptions that I think are just wrong. I know for this one, of all the citizens petitions, I couldn't be more against any of them than this one. I also think that there are, the specifics of what it means vary so much, and it's not easy for town meeting to make a judgment on this without knowing specifically what it means. And so, anyway, I think this is a bad article.
I would offer a motion that we not recommend.
Is there a second? I'll second. Jim, would you call the roll, please?
Point of order, it seems like now we've got a motion on the floor that's been made and seconded. It would be useful for me to hear more discussion.
Okay, that's fine, sorry.
Okay.
No, we've just been making the motions kind of at the end, but no, please go ahead.
I would love to hear from Himage and Fran, since we've heard from the three of us already.
Sure, yeah, I can chime in very fast. So for this one, I saw the intention of it. I think that it's an important frame of mind, especially when we're approaching things from a sustainability standpoint. For me, it comes down to needing more information. So if we were to vote on this one, I would abstain. I wouldn't say I'm against this. I think I just need more information.
I feel like I need more information too. Maybe this is a next time. I feel like they're pretty related.
So just for like needing more, oh, you mean next time we discuss it on May 9th or next time, like next year?
Next year.
Okay, so
Yeah.
that we have to recommend or not to
Yeah.
town meeting what to do this year, right? That's part of what I was saying, there's no specifics here, right? Even if you kind of agree with the sentiment, you're gonna be asking, if you think it needs to be refined in an article next year, to me, that means to vote against it this year. Jim?
Yeah, so it was really helpful for me to hear from Himija and Fran, and I'd be happy to represent our non-support of this article and express the ambivalence we feel, some positive intentions, but information missing, and some of the, some of us have concerns about assumptions that were made in the beginning of the article. So I'd be happy to stand up and, not recommend it. Explain that.
Okay, are we ready to vote? So the motion on the floor is to not recommend Article 55. And Jim, would you call the roll, please?
Yeah, on 55, not recommending. Himija.
Aye.
Fran?
Aye.
Dean?
Aye.
David?
Aye.
Jim says aye.
So
That's unanimous.
Thank you. And we didn't assign one of us to the tree clearing bylaw. Someone want to? I mean, that one, I think we decided to get more information on next time, right? Isn't that right?
Mm-hmm.
But does one of us want to be assigned to this?
I'm willing,
Trees.
but yeah, trees,
Yeah. Well, my concern is that I work as a consultant in other towns, not in Acton, helping developers to deal with tree protection bylaws. And I'm afraid, although I certainly think I probably understand the laws more than many people, I think people might think I've got conflicted loyalties. Again, I don't work in Acton and wouldn't work in Acton, but I
understand. No, that's very reasonable. So I would take that one if.
Okay.
So I'm assigned to Article 54. Jim is assigned to Article 55. Article 56, mobilizing Acton's climate action plan. To me, this is, yes, we should do what we said. I would take a motion to recommend Article 56.
So moved.
Fran
Second.
And Jim seconds. Jim, could you call the roll, please?
Yeah, on mobilizing Acton's climate action plan, Himija.
Aye.
Fran?
Aye.
Dean?
Aye.
David?
Aye.
Jim says aye. That's unanimous.
And who should be assigned?
I've been working on this one a lot. I'd be happy to do that.
Okay.
I already wrote your name down.
Well, then it's true.
And lastly, changing the state flag and seal. I completely agree that the sword at the top of the seal is hugely problematic.
Yeah, I thought the article was written well and explaining, the meaning of the different parts of it and making a pretty compelling case that this is it's time to move on.
Any other discussion? Okay, I would take a motion to recommend Article 57.
So moved.
Second.
So Fran moves and Jim seconds. Jim, could you call the roll, please?
Yeah, Himija?
Aye.
Fran?
Aye.
Dean?
Aye.
David?
Aye.
Jim says aye. That's unanimous.
And what members should be assigned to this?
Happy to do this one if no one else wants to do it.
Okay. Excellent. So Himija is assigned to 57. Excellent. So before we move on and ask the town manager about item 8 on the agenda, any final discussion on the warrant? Anything we missed? Anything one of us want to change? So what we need to do now is a very final act before we get to item 8 is to approve the warrant? Is that, what do we call that? It's not approved, it's publish the warrant? We have to vote at the end here to approve. Okay. So I think we have to officially approve the warrant that gets published. So I would take a motion to approve the draft warrant, including our recommendations and changes today.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
So Dean moves and Heminger seconds. Any discussion on this?
Yeah, there are a few things in yellow, which I assume mean like little changes that still need to be made, like, last little bits of edits to the archaeological bylaw. And Mark, you probably are very familiar with what's left in yellow here, but is that the only one?
The other one that remains is the legal ad home rule petition.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, ... Yeah, that needs to be filled in, yeah.
And other minor, there's summaries will be, some other minor typos and things like that will be adjusted as we go to print, but
Yeah.
mainly the articles themselves, the ordering of the warrant are the main things we want to make sure that everybody's comfortable with.
Yeah, I like that we moved all the consent items to that first night.
Jim, do you, so we moved the consent items over to the first night. We consolidated all of the zoning changes at the beginning of the second night.
Right, and we decided that the $2,500, because it's coming out of free cash, could happen after all the budget stuff.
Yes.
Right, yeah, which is great.
So do we Jim, do you want to offer a friendly amendment that says with the...
Yeah, with the staff filling in the remaining, yellow items in the way that seems wisest.
So, Dean, will you accept that?
I will.
And will you accept it as seconder?
Yeah.
Okay. If there's no further discussion, Jim, would you call the roll?
Okay, this is the motion to approve the warrant, getting it published. Heminger.
Aye.
Fran.
Aye.
Dean.
Aye.
David.
Aye.
Jim, aye. That's unanimous.
Excellent. Item 8, discuss annual town meeting. Mr. Manager.
Thank you. Yes, we're gearing up for the meeting. One item that I wanted to bring to the board's attention is that for the last 2 years, we had not used the click devices for the meeting. We are in a position now to potentially reintroduce them to the meeting if that's what the board would like to do. And I wanted to bring that to your attention tonight. So if that's the will of the board, we'll start working on it right away.
Dean.
Yeah, I strongly recommend this. I applaud you, John and Mark, for seeing the light on this. And not incidentally, the Commission on Disabilities sent a memo to this effect. I think it's really important for people with, amongst other things, with people with disabilities being able to vote effectively. So very, very heartened that you've come to this decision.
Other discussion?
We just cleared the room.
Okay, I would take a motion to approve the use of clickers at town meeting.
So moved.
Dean moves.
Second.
And Fran seconds. Any further discussion?
I'd like the clickers.
Jim, could you call the roll, please?
Sure. Heminger.
Aye.
Fran.
Aye.
Dean.
Aye.
David.
Aye.
Jim, aye.
Anything else on town meeting?
I'm disappointed it's not outside, but that's for another day.
It could still be outside if there's like a huge surge. If you want to, help make that happen, we can still do that.
No other matters. The moderator does have a pre-town meeting scheduled, which is in the calendar for
The 11th, May 11th.
Yep.
which is after the board's next meeting, so we can touch base on that
And I
then.
guess I should have asked before, but I think that the moderator likes the clickers as well.
Yeah, she was here.
She was here.
But, and I think she supports their use.
Okay. We'll move on to item 9, consider approving intermunicipal agreement with the town of Concord for wayfinding signage. Mr. Manager.
So this is another grant that we worked hard to get. This is a big one that Julie, our new Economic Development Director, worked on with Kristen Guichard, our planner, and other staff. We just need, the money is being sent to Acton, but we want to share it with Concord, and we need an intermunicipal agreement to make that official. And we didn't provide it in the packet, but that's all it's going to do. Once it's done, we need to do it very soon because we need to spend the money in like 6 weeks. So, and there is a process. Fran is serving as a board representative in the working group to pick out the signage and stuff like that for the rail trail, and it's a really exciting effort. And I'm just looking for the board to authorize me to sign an intermunicipal agreement once we finalize it.
I just have one question. Is it in the grant request? Was Concord part of that grant
I
request?
was curious.
Yeah, so we work collaboratively with them because of that new bridge, I mean, because it's a good idea, but also because of that new bridge across Route 2 that really makes some logical connections between the two communities and what we're trying to do in terms of encouraging users of the rail trail to access the businesses that we have in both of our communities and the library, for example. I mean, we want to direct people to the resources we have in this town. The users of the trail don't know what they're driving by when they're speeding up and down the rail trail. It's a fact. I've talked to people that are in my town, and they say, "Oh yeah, I think I was in Acton the other day." I'm not really sure, and I think they're missing out on all kinds of great restaurants and other things as they drive through.
They could go to Trader Joe's on their bicycle.
Mm-hmm.
Other discussion on part of the board?
Assuming we create this fabulous, compelling design, are we in conversation with the other towns on the Bruce Fruman Rail Trail about, hey, have similar signage and it'll be awesome if there's a consistent, brand there?
So the working group is working with the Friends, to make sure that anything that we do is the Friends are friendly with. And, if it's a good idea, hopefully it rolls out to other places.
Great. I'm happy to make a motion about this, if that's helpful.
First, I'd just like to see if there's any public input on this.
Oh, yeah.
Seeing none, now you can make a motion on this.
Okay, I think what we're agreeing to is to have the town manager sign an intermunicipal agreement for the sharing of these funds. Is that about right?
The wayfinding signage.
Wait, for wayfinding signage, yeah.
Is there a second?
Second.
And Jim, would you call the roll, please?
Yes, Himija.
Aye.
Fran.
Aye.
Dean.
Aye.
David.
Aye.
Jim. Aye.
Okay, and then, Mr. Manager, there's a second thing here for the business website and.
Oh yeah, there's a couple of economic development items.
But they should be part of this agenda item, is that right?
Yeah, they could be, sure.
Because it's the similar grant process.
So we, and it's not official yet because the paperwork isn't official and other reasons, but another great project that our economic development director initiated with some other of our team members is 3 projects. One is to do a call for art, public art.
Mm-hmm.
Another is to create a business directory using our existing website, but actually populating with all the active businesses in a way that can be useful to the public. And the third is a pretty cool idea to help the business incubator program. And we are going to be receiving, I think, just under $80,000 for those 3 efforts. Maybe just over $80,000 for those 3 efforts. Nobody heard any of that, sorry.
Oh, yeah.
It's really exciting news, though. It's another tight timeline where the state was awarded funds actually through the 495 Metro West Compact, which is one of our regional planning agencies. And so we have to actually have another intermunicipal agreement or MOU with them because they're going to get the money and we have to give them the invoices to pay for it for the things that we're trying to do here. So this is something that I'm looking for expedited authority to execute so that we can get the paperwork to the regional planning agency by May 2nd, and they can get it to the state, and then we can get the funds and do all the projects and somehow get them all done by June 30th.
So this is, the motion would be for us to approve the finishing of the grant process for these 3 items.
Yeah, and authorizing me the MOU, to enter the MOU that's necessary to utilize the funding through Metro West Compact.
Okay.
Everything I heard, everything until I heard 495 partnership and MOU, and I'd like to see that first before.
So those things we added to the packet today because we received them today?
Well, can you explain what this is, what kind of authority, what kind of obligation? Metro West Partnership is a smart growth group that publishes documents that suggest that Acton is committed to certain types of development and growth in Acton. I have these reports, I've looked at them, I'm very nervous about this group, and so I'm nervous about MOUs that I haven't seen. I think it's inappropriate to have those to be a late entry.
So we have the authority to make it a late entry because, the standard is if the chair couldn't reasonably know 48 hours in advance, we can add anything we need to add to the meeting. And not only could I not have reasonably known, but it didn't happen until today. So, and it's also related to the same really grant process as item 9 in the agenda.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Would you
let
let
me finish. So I just want to be clear that the 3 things that this covers, right, are the art thing, which is pretty straightforward.
I like that.
A directory probably on
Like
our
that.
website
I asked for that for the
businesses,
yep.
and an incubator to help new businesses.
I like that too. That's all this MOU is
That's
for?
all-
I'm all
all
in favor.
this
Thank you.
Just to clarify, the funding is through the Massachusetts Office of Business Development, which is a state agency. 495 Compact is just facilitating us accessing that funding, which is a great
So the
benefit.
495 compact is also not the Metro West, right?
It is, but they're not, all they're doing is giving us access to state funds that we wouldn't have access to otherwise, in this case.
Okay. So any other discussion or input from the public? I keep saying that not only because only Tara's in the room, but there are still 8 people online.
Can I, a quick question? Did we reserve ARPA funds for art? All right.
There is a public art plan in the capital budget.
For $15,000?
Yes.
Yeah.
And this would be an excellent complement to that effort.
Okay.
Okay, I would take a motion to authorize the town manager to complete the agreement for the grants for public art, the business directory, and the business incubator.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? Would you call
Yeah, just one little piece of discussion. Public art seems like we'd want to coordinate with the Acton Boxborough Cultural Council, so I just was inquiring
Yeah,
if they were involved.
they're part of the program.
Great, okay.
This is an exciting grant.
Yes.
It's fun.
Yeah, I'm really curious
Yep.
myself to see how the business directory turns out.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm happy to call on this one if you'd like me to.
Please go ahead.
Okay, to approve the manager to complete this MOU. Himija,
Aye.
Fran,
Aye.
Dean,
Aye.
David,
Aye.
Jim, aye, unanimous.
Approve changes to building permit fees, Mr. Manager.
So in honor of Earth Day last week, the building commissioners wanted to move forward on an effort that, we've been talking about for a few months to try to make an incremental step towards making permitting, the permitting process more friendly to green or sustainable initiatives. In this case, he was focusing on windows and rooftop solar. Both are things that he thought it would be a good idea, and I agree with him, to make it less cost prohibitive to implement those measures, at your home. Energy efficient, Energy Star windows, for example. And so the proposal that was in the packet was a slight modification to how fees are calculated for those two specific projects for residential construction.
Jim.
When I read that, I asked John some questions about different legal questions associated with fees. And he was clear he wouldn't be able to get answers back by this meeting. So I would like to defer making any decision on this until we can hear back from town council on fees.
Dean?
So I would also like to defer on this, large part because we got this fairly extensive memo from Barry Rosen just late this afternoon that I will admit gave me way more detail than I could absorb about some nuances of how these things are charged. So I think if we have a couple of weeks just so that we can absorb this information, I think we might be better serving the town.
It's not an urgent matter, so.
Okay, we won't take any action on this. Is everybody agreed on that? Okay, we'll move on to item 11. Mr. Manager.
So thank you. So last year at town meeting, the residents, voters approved $20,000 in matching funds for a vacant storefront program to try to provide support to Great Road businesses. Part of the process to be able to, so those were approved as matching funds, and what we're looking to do now is go through the state program to actually get them to put the money forward that we're actually matching. The first step in being part of that program is getting certified as a vacant storefront district. Julie Piersonos, our Economic Development Director, has filled out the application, and it's due to the ECAC, which is the Economic Coordinating Advisory Council. They meet every quarter, and they certify these districts. Once the district is certified, and there's a map of it, I believe, in the packet of the district that we're trying to get certified, showing, and it's interesting because when we first started working on this 2 or 3 years ago, there was a group of vacancies, and if you look at the map now, it's even more vacancies. So the problem's gotten worse. So we think it's a strong application to be approved for this program, and what we're asking the board tonight to do is to authorize the chair to sign a letter of support for our application, which I believe the letter was in the packet.
Yeah, and the map is in the packet, or a couple maps, actually. Any discussion on this? Jim?
It looked like that the upper half of Great Road, the census block there is an environmental justice area because of the large number of people from English is not a second language. And I wonder if that's would be a helpful fact to include in the letter.
That is something that a lot of state programs pay a lot of attention to, so that's a good suggestion.
Yeah, you might want to add it to the map
that.
or something.
Thank you for that. Other discussion? Okay, I would take a motion to authorize me to sign the letter of support for the vacant storefront application. So moved.
Second.
Dean moves and Fran seconds. Jim, would you call the roll, please?
Sure. Himija?
Aye.
Fran?
Aye.
Dean?
Aye.
David?
Aye.
Jim says aye. That's unanimous.
Okay, I will read the consent items. Please say hold if you'd like to discuss one of them. Item 12, committee appointment, David Shoemaker, associate to full member, Historic District Commission, term to expire June 30th, 2022. It's not very long. Item 13, committee appointment, Hilary, Reid, Associate Member, Land Stewardship Committee, term to expire June 30th, 2023. Item 14, committee appointment, Michelle Holmberg, Associate to Full Member, Council on Aging, new term to expire June 30th, 2025. Item 15, accept gift Recreation Department for $1,500 from 421 Gas to support the 2022 Summer Concert Series and events. Item 16, accept gift Recreation Department for $1,500 from Insulet Corporation to support the 2022 Summer Concert Series and events. Item 17, accept gift Recreation Department for $500 from Prestigious Tree and Landscaping to support the 2022 Summer Concert Series and special events. Item 18, accept gift Recreation Department for $1,500 from Protect Towing and Recovery to support the 2022 Summer Concert Series and special events. Item 19, one-day alcoholic beverage license, Lee Loader, Nara Park, May 14th, 2022. Item 20, one-day alcoholic beverage license, St. Elizabeth's of Hungary, 89 Arlington Street, April 30th, 2022. Item 21, one-day alcoholic beverage license, Mark A. DeCiccio, Nara Park, May 7th, 2022. And item 22, one-day alcoholic beverage license, Sherry Seaton, Nara Park, May 15th, 2022. Before I take the motion, Lisa, can you confirm item 12 is to expire in 2 months?
That's his current term.
Okay, that's fine then. So I would take a motion to approve items 12 through 22 inclusive.
So moved.
Second.
So Jim moves and Dean seconds. Jim, would you call the roll, please?
Yeah, on all those consent items, Himija.
Aye.
Fran.
Aye.
Dean.
Aye.
David.
Aye.
Jim, aye. Unanimous.
So unless someone has something else they'd like to chat about, I'll take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
So Fran moves and Dean seconds. Jim, would you call the roll, please?
Yes. Himija.
Aye.
Fran.
Aye.
Dean.
Aye.
David.
Aye.
Jim, aye. Good night.
Thank you, everyone, and good night.
Good night.